I'd like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 5th. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Feliz Cinco de Mayo, everyone. I am happy to report that I'm not aware of any fatalities we've had in Avalon, whether COVID-related or for any other reason, and I think that's absolutely wonderful. And tonight, the City Council will be receiving information regarding the state of the city, which will be discussing the revenues lost from COVID. And we realize the drastic effects that this has had not only on the city, but to businesses and employees. We are also aware that we will be moving forward in the next couple of weeks and with this slow opening, and this will bring up many questions regarding the safety of our residents. Please be assured that I believe everyone sitting on this council has the residents in mind, in their minds and in their hearts, and we will do the best we can to lay out a path as we listen to LA County Public Health and get direction from them. We also, some of the decisions we may be making in the future aren't going to make everybody happy, but we need to work cooperatively and with kindness as we work through this together. Thank you. Okay, may we have the roll call?
Councilmember De La Rosa? Here. Councilmember Ponce?
Here.
Councilmember Lavelle? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy? Here. And Mayor Marshall?
Here.
And present via teleconference is our City Attorney, Scott Campbell.
Hi, Scott. Hope he's not going to fall asleep this next time.
Howdy, I'm here.
All righty. Any announcements?
I have just a couple of announcements regarding the DMV. I wanted to make sure that the public knows that the DMV has extended driver's license expiration dates if it fell between March and May 31st of 2020. And if you have a vehicle registration between the dates of March 16th through May 31st, 2020, that they're waiving all late fees and penalties provided that you do pay it within 60 days of the original expiration date. And I'll just tell you right now, I have received 6 written communications regarding tonight's agenda items.
Great, thank you. And as we move forward, what is the system by which people will contact us?
Thank you, Annie. You can view the meeting on Catalina Broadband's Channel 3. Streaming is online also at thecityofavalon.com/meetings, as well as on Facebook, which is facebook.com/City of Avalon official. And to submit comments using e-comment, please follow this link, which is avalon.granicusideas.com, and that's Granicus is GRANICUSIDEAS. And click on the meeting tab and then post to comment on the meeting for this evening, which is May 5th.
Okay.
It says it wrong on our agenda. It says
Okay.
April 28th.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to thank the public for their patience as we work through this, trying to get the public input and their comments. So
Yes.
thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Department head reports. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have other written communications, or you just said the 6, and that's...
It was the 6th, yeah.
Okay. Department heads?
Good evening, Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. 4 items to report. We've got the lift station. The contract work with Jordahl Construction is now complete at the Pebbly Beach Road lift station.
Yay.
Yes, that's good news. This last week they completed the final concrete pour. There's some additional site work outside and additional maintenance work on the inside that will be accomplished by Public Works and Montrose Engineering's staff as we have time available. Mole Phase 1, the Mole Phase 1 project is at 80% of the initial construction contract. Repairs to the concrete beams underneath were extensive for the first 14. The contractor found that the spalling concrete and corroded reinforcing bars impact at least 70% of the surface area of those beams. I'm working with the contractor right now to determine the extent of the work because we had scheduled kind of a redo of some of the first 7 beams that were done back previously, so we're seeing what extent we can do with the funds that we do have. This type of rehabilitation project can grow, and that's what's happening. It's an estimate to start. So I plan on presenting a slideshow in this next coming council meeting of the alternatives and show you what I'm seeing out there and what some of the alternatives as we proceed forward and finish out the project. But right now it's scheduled to, the revised schedule is to be completed in June, okay? Because the initial schedule when the contractor signed the contract was at the end of February. Of course, we had delays because of weather, delays because of COVID, and just an increased scope because of the beam, the amount of damage that was underneath the pier. Weed abatement, public crews are currently completing weed abatement around the city. We are about 40% complete with the locations that we normally do within the city's jurisdiction. Community members are helping us out. I see them out there assisting with weeding and some of the planters. And I encourage any community member that wants to come up and help us with that they contact our maintenance superintendent, Jamie Milak, and he can point them to the locations that they can help us with. Pretty simple stuff. If you're in your house and you want to get out and socially distance, we can give you that space out there to have some activity, pulling some weeds. So that would help the community because we want to put our focus because we're at a much reduced staff. Speaking of that, so for furloughs and our priorities with the maintenance personnel, just to make the community aware of how the shutdown has impacted public works, harbor maintenance and garage maintenance resources, and public works admin, I want to present the following, some of where we're at. Okay, so for public works field ops, we should be at budgeted 14 full-time, and part-time we should be at 5 full-time. And so what we saw with the full-time, we have 10 employees at 40%, 3 at 60%, and 1 at 80%. And then part-time we have 5 at 0%. They're totally off. So taking where we would have 16.5 full-time positions, we're down to 6.5 full-time equivalent positions. So you can see that with the level of service that we're having right now. That hopefully helps explain that. Public Works admin, we have 1 right now on full-time at 0% and 3 at 80%. That gives us 2.4 out of the 4 that we would be in the budget. And some of that admin, you think it's heavily, that's the ones that also deal with the budget and also the administrative tasks and the capital improvements. Like me, I'm wearing many different hats being in the field. And same thing with Jamie Milak. He was wearing double hats at the time being out in the field. Harbor maintenance, we have 3 full-time equivalent normally, and now we're down to 2. And then garage, we just got another mechanic on. We really, in our budget, has 3, but we're down to 2 anyway. Now we're down to 1.6 positions. So really what that says is we're down to 12.6 full-time equivalents out of 23, so that's a 45% reduction. And that would be any, you can think even beyond that, if there was sick or somebody out. There's many times within this last few weeks we have 3 maintenance staff on at one time, besides our, either our lead maintenance guys. So it's down to bare bones. And so if you see that we're struggling in some aspects not to be up to that level of service that we had before, that's where we're at right now, and that's why some things are either are delayed or just not getting done at all. But our most critical priority, our mission really here, is to get that critical infrastructure maintained for the community. That's what I have. Any questions?
Sure. How would somebody contact Jamie Milak?
Just call City Hall here.
Okay, I'm assuming the phone will get answered. the roofer, I know we have a tough time. Or do we want to go through Dan?
So they can call me, I'm here at City Hall too, so if somebody was answering the phone at the front desk, right?
Because if they go through the weed whackers, that's just a group of people. If they go through the city, I know I was going to ask for tools, and they said, well, we can't use any city tools. So,
Mainly, it's just, hey, your hands, something to be able to go out there and pull the weeds. So if you see that the community group is coming down right now from the mole, down Pebbly Beach Road to Crescent, they're just out there weeding the plant, and it's really the planters, we wet them up, so it's basically just pulling weeds and getting them into a bag, and there's plenty of it out there right now. It was a very heavy year, and so it's just pretty straightforward. Get out and enjoy pulling some weeds. If you don't have weeds in your front yard, we have plenty for you at our community here.
Right. I have I'm sorry. Is somebody saying something? I just have a question. Did they ever finish the office out at the sewer treatment plant?
They're occupying it right now. Van's in that office, and the other, yes.
It's done?
Yes. There's still some little details on it, but they're occupying it. They got a full desk space in there.
Okay. Because I know for a while that wasn't. Okay. That's all.
Okay.
Questions, council?
I was just going to ask if there was a best extension for Jamie, or if it's just the front desk and to ask for him, or what you guys would prefer, just to make it easier for people to reach the right person.
I don't know his extension offhand, do you, Bob? But on our city website, it gives you the extension, so you don't have to go through the
switchboard
automated thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look it up and I'll
Because
come up
nobody's
here and
manning
speak
the
in.
front desk afternoon.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Extension 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. Thank
There
you.
you go. That's a
Thank you.
simple.
Thanks.
1, 2, 3.
I like that, JJ.
Good job, Dan.
I'll do it myself, thank you. Hi, council.
Hello.
Harbor. We're moving on with summer. We're moving on. We're going to be putting up swim lines here in another couple of weeks. We're going to be moving floats for dinghy docks between the clubs, Barbara Pearson, and the pier. We won't be putting in the A dock probably till we know summer's going to be here, because we find that when we put it there, people tend to use it, and then there's a 3 a.m. deal that they don't appreciate it. So we are moving along. We're going over Saturday to pick up our end float and our fuel dock float. So we'll be towing that back over, and hopefully the end float will get put in next week. If you walk towards the pier or whatever, you'll see a big green thing standing straight in the air. Well, we got part of the crane up, and we're filling that in, that project in when they're free to do, when they get a few minutes and all. So our goal is still to have it up and running by Memorial Day, and it's just going to be if something happens. So we're moving forward, and hopefully we'll have a summer.
Great.
Any questions?
No, good. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Hi, Captain John Hawking. Can you hear me in this muffled
You're muffled.
mask? All righty. I'm often asked about domestic violence, since there's so many people staying in their homes, and we have not seen an increase in domestic violence. It's been about the same. There have been several domestic violence arrests, and it seems like it's the same couple over and over, the same people getting arrested. We have seen an increase in calls, people reporting violations of Safer at Home over this last week. The people are still very cooperative when we contact them, And I know when this all started, I came up here and said, the last thing the sheriff's department wants to do is issue $1,000 fines to people that are laid off, furloughed, blah, blah, blah. And just so everybody knows, we have not issued one citation, and I take pride in that because it's the way we talk to the people and the people being cooperative and understanding. And that's a biggie in my book for the community. They're doing an outstanding job, and we're hopefully almost to the finish line, and I'm hoping that everything stays the way it is, meaning people being cooperative, until this pandemic lightens up, where people can start getting back to work and get outside more and so forth. Does anybody have any questions for me?
No, I would like to add that I've been working with actually Andrea Olson and Tessa Hernandez to get together domestic violence lines that may help, so we'll get that out to the public soon.
And the Women's Forum is outstanding. I work with them all the time, and they do a great job in that. So,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He was touched first.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to touch it. Amanda Cook, the Building and Planning. I just wanted to give you, let you know that a lot of people are taking advantage of this downtime to come over and do work on their second home. So we're still seeing building permits being issued. We are going to be having a Planning Commission meeting this month on May 20th. So we'll spread our commission out up at the dais, and we'll be hearing 2 items at that meeting, hopefully to keep those 2 projects going forward. So we're working at a 50% labor level right now, so we're trying to keep the door open. I'm issuing permits out my little side door. So we're hanging in there. So if you have any questions for me.
And the building official is how many days?
He's 3 days a week, 8 hours a day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then I'm here
Questions?
4 days a week.
No?
Sorry? I'm good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're going to hear from Matt, right?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. 3 things to report out tonight. Just some wonderful things that are happening in the community. I think it might be a good way to start this meeting. As you're all aware, we have got involved in the food pantry that's run out of Avalon Community Church. We've seen numbers week after week increased. Initially it was 20 to 25 families were going through there. Last 4 weeks it was 115 families to 152 to 195 to 199 families last week. So we're hoping that we're going to start to see it plateau a little bit. The community has been outstanding in terms of their generosity. We've raised over $99,000 for the food pantry to date, spent about $32,000 to date, and we're staying about a $60,000 window there, which is about 10 weeks out. We can run this pantry. I'm not going to shout out to everybody. Some major ones are the Lions Club, all the help they've been getting stuff off the trucks and into the pantry. Rotary has brought lots of volunteers. Some of the kids through the Island Foundation has been great. Major contributors have been the Island Company, the Yacht Club, Catalina Island Yacht Club, the Tuna Club, the Catalina Island Foundation, and then just lots of $25 and $50 and $500 checks. Couple of neat things that just happened today. One, the Boy Scouts reached out to me last night. I talked to them. They come over to Emerald Bay and they want to do something. So after some conversations, they've got camps that are closed. They got food in their stock that they're going to donate, as well as do a drive amongst their participants. And in the next couple of weeks, they pledged to do a breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the 200 families. So it's that kind of neat things that are happening. We've got gentlemen that are still fishing for us. Had another contact a couple of days ago that somebody wants to fish. We took some fish earlier this week. So some really neat things that are happening there. It's been mentioned the weeding that's going on. We started an Adopt a Park program here this week. It kind of kicked off. It was a nice reach out to our chief at Avalon Fire Department initially. and they have granted to take on the park across the street. We're just looking for light weeding, looking for picking up trash, as they see it. Reached out to Rotary, and the spinoff of the group is the group that Bob was talking about. A lot of the constituents of that group are ones that did the planting, over the last couple of years with Rotary and then community members. So they have pledged to take mold through Canalby Park, through Front Street. Reached out to Captain Davey at the County Fire Department. They are willing to, I'm going to be across the street at JMF, and have pledged to kind of keep that up when they can. And then I wanted to reach out to one of the youth groups, so the Girl Scouts. So I reached out to Caitlin Canby, who leads the Girl Scouts, and she was forthright in saying, the kids aren't supposed to do things as an activity as of yet. They'd love to jump in as soon as they can, but the Canby family themselves have pledged to keep up City Park. So they're going to try and get a mowing it this week, and then we'll start to see some of the Canby clan out there and picking that up. So it's been really endearing to see some of this come together. And the last one, I think most of you know, we've had a tremendous pledge to do a fireworks show either on the 4th of July or sometime when this is all over. So it's a donor, a community donor that would like to pay for the fireworks, pay for the barge, no money coming out of general fund. And I'd like to see us agendize it at the next meeting so we can get some direction on, is it 4th of July, is there a parade? There's a lot of unknowns, but the communities get pretty antsy in terms of what it is, and we're getting a lot of phone calls from people wanting to make plans for this summer. So I think we need to, our window to order fireworks is here, mid-May, so within the next couple of weeks, we need to make a decision. Is it going to be on the 4th? Is it going to be later in the summer? Can we celebrate Labor Day? Kind of throw it up for discussion.
Good. Fantastic. That's great.
So any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council member reports.
Annie, can I say a couple things first?
Oh, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
First of all, Chief Krug is out on a call, so he wasn't able to be here. He'll be late. There was just a couple things I just wanted to make sure that council and the public know that our Townsend, that grants group that we have a contract with, and they're also actively our lobbyists in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., and they send us daily reports at least once a day, sometimes twice a day, updating us on everything that's going on. As well as BB&K has lobbyists for us in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento, so we're very appreciative for those two groups. And then staff in conjunction with our lobbyists, as well as like National League of Cities and California League of Cities, we have been sending letters in the last 3 weeks. I think there's been about 5 letters that have gone out to like our congressmen, the senators, the governor, and anyway, just want to make sure that the public knows that we're actively seeking monies and any type of making sure they don't forget we're here and we're a smaller community and we need their help. And also, one of the announcements I forgot to tell you that people weren't aware yet, that the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors unanimously approved a proposal to make their next election in November an all vote by mail. And so it's at that stage. I think they still need to wait to see if there's funding for it because it's very expensive to do an all vote by mail. However, because of the COVID situation and fear that we might be in a next stage of COVID in the fall when the election cycle's going on, that they didn't want voters to be afraid of going to the polls, so they thought that was the best choice. That way they could just vote from the comfort of and safety of their homes. Mm-hmm. I think that's it.
And they also said they still would have polling booths, but if people chose, the thing that I read, they'd still have some polling booths up, correct?
Extremely limited, but
right.
They were really pushing for the other. I know Janice Hahn was saying last Friday in her update that she's very partial to going to the polling place.
Yeah. So, because I imagine we still don't know how expensive this last round was.
We're still waiting for that bill.
I know.
They promised it by June.
Oh, dang. They can break that promise. Okay, council member reports. We never, it's just,
Just wanted to let the community know to remember, and we'll talk about it more throughout the evening as well, to fill out the census if you have not yet. We've been working and have had a couple of calls with the team from the census and have looped in members of the community to help out as well. Sarah and I both have been on those calls. And just want to remind people of how important it is that a lot of the funding that we do receive is based off of how many people are actually in town and actually live here. And when we don't fill those out, it tends to make it very difficult to receive the accurate amount of funding. One of those funding items is in the consent calendar tonight. So just a reminder to do that. Have met with a number of business leaders for work and have gotten a lot of feedback, so we'll talk about that tonight, but just regarding wanting to have enough time to prepare to reopen and to know exactly what they'll need. And with regards to the GoFundMe that was discussed, asking about the possibility of utilizing part of those funds for supplies that will be needed that they normally don't have to buy. So just something to consider. And then got right in for the events committee, so we'll be starting to attend those meetings remotely once we start having them officially. And doing great otherwise. So thank you. Michael? Councilman?
I really don't have anything other than we did get notified about new mayors and council members training. I've already signed up.
Me too.
Okay, so I just wanted to remind you guys to.
Same.
Yesenia?
Well, I will reiterate how I said earlier, I am working with Tessa and Andrea on getting some more hotlines out for the public that may help with domestic violence or, depression and anything like that. And Jim also sent us a message that he'd like to thank the National Travel and Tourism Week. And looks like that'll be all for Jim.
Okay.
Awesome.
The only thing I have to report is that we are still attending and have not missed a Gateway Cities COG meeting. We are meeting via Zoom. We have a meeting tomorrow night as well, and I will be looking to my fellow electeds from across the 27 other cities in our area for information on how they're slow rolling out their openings as well. So I know if we do have, and I think we're going to have a meeting next Tuesday, I'm hoping to have some additional information from our sister cities.
Great.
And that's all I have.
Okay. I have a couple of questions first, just to see if things are still going. The CRV recycling thing with Vons, anything from the state or anything on that? Should we be doing a follow-up call? Okay. Because Vons had an exemption before, and so I think they're wanting it again, and we wrote a letter saying, no, we don't want that, so, okay. And anything, Matt, are we still moving, like with those auditors that came and did that, is that still moving?
Did an audit of admission tax. I believe 9 businesses were selected for the audit. They have provided me draft findings for, I believe, 5 of the 9. They were in the process of providing me with the other 4 right before the COVID pandemic. And they've asked if how much they want me to, how quickly they want me to follow up with those remaining 4. My guidance to them was that it wasn't the top of anyone's priority list, but I'm happy to reach out to them and get a timetable as far as when we can have that final report.
Well, did you have to pull money out of the budget to kind of stop that at this point as well, or no?
The audit was primarily completed before the pandemic had occurred.
I mean, if they're going to be slow like 3 or 4 months, if there's a way we could get results on the ones that were found, that might be.
And they have provided me results for 5 of the 9 businesses.
Okay. It would be nice to get that update at some point, somehow.
I can typically, I haven't been sharing, obviously, names of businesses, but I can provide a general summary as far as what those findings were.
I understand. Okay. Thank you very much. On Monday, we had, at one of the council meetings, I said, let's see if we can go out and try to find big money from other people, because city staff is busy doing what you're doing, and very appreciatively. We had a meeting on Monday with Jim Luchahan, Cliff Haig, Charlie Jones, Lisa, Dan Hunke, and myself, and Kevin Hunke was in the room, and we were talking about ways to provide financial solutions from the corporate and private sector. And there were some interesting comments made at that meeting. We want to continue in doing that. And we would also, and there's not really much to share right now. A lot of it was going to be dependent on what we come up with tonight and what we hear about the status of the budget to see really what the priorities were. So if we started any kind of campaign, we would know exactly what we were going to be asking for, and we were talking about larger things. So we would like to just continue meeting with that group, and we were wondering if Matt could sit. We're going to have another meeting on Thursday at 1, and was wondering if there was any way Matt could attend that. It's an hour-long meeting, is about all.
I'm happy to attend. Just let me know the time and the place, and I'll dial in.
Okay. Well, I want to check it with the CM.
You had already asked me, and yes.
Okay, but
yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay, so
you certainly may.
Okay, and we will fill you in as things get going, and hopefully they will get going. And so Cliff is very good. Charlie Jones is very good in it to get private business perspective on a lot of things, and I think is very helpful. So, but your municipal, you also are a CPA, so your knowledge all the way around will be very helpful. Thank you very much.
It's
okay.
Important to work together, so I'm happy to join.
Okay, thank you, Matt. That's all I have.
Okay, this evening we will start with a presentation. We're happy to have the Cabinet Island Medical Center in the audience again, and also via teleconference we have Dr. McGordy, and Dr. Amy Warren is in the audience, and they will be presenting. Great.
All right, thank you for inviting us to come. We're glad to be here and share some of the updates from the medical center. And I know Dr. Davis is usually here, and it's a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. So at the medical center, today I really just wanted to talk about the testing, because that tends to be the biggest question that we are getting over and over again from the community as far as what's available, what we're doing at the medical center, and sort of our numbers. So I wanted to go over those with you. So the antigen testing, which is the nasopharyngeal swab, which is that first picture on the right there, and I think Jason had said it goes to your brain, but that's not quite accurate. It goes, it just kind of goes far down into the nasopharynx, or in that deep space, to get a good sample. So we take a sample from both nostrils and send that in. So that test usually takes around 48 hours to come back. We've really seen an improvement in our turnaround for that test. So far today, as from about an hour ago, we've sent 53 tests. We've had 2 positives and 14 are still pending. And you'll see that number's kind of gone up over this last week or two, because we're now going to bring our physical therapy service back into the medical center, and before we're bringing patients back in, we're really, we started a new protocol where we're going to be testing those patients for COVID before they're allowed to come back into the facility. So there's a big uptick in our testing. And that doesn't necessarily mean there's a lot of symptomatic patients. Right. So we also are doing antibody testing now, and this is something that we've just kind of started doing, and it's available via Quest at the moment. This is a serum test. So serum means blood or plasma. So serum is taken either from a finger stick or from a blood draw. So the one that we're doing now at the clinic is a serum test with a blood draw. We're waiting for the finger stick test to come through, but right now we're just doing the blood draw. And those results have been coming back really fast, so but within 24 to 48 hours. So those are available as well. And so far we've had 9 tests sent, 0 positives, 2 pending.
And who are those folks that are getting those? How do they qualify for an antibody test?
Yeah, so we'll go into who's
I'm
getting what tests. It's
sorry.
a good question, and that's a common one that we're getting. So I want to make sure that everyone knows who we're testing for that. So the antigen testing, the antigen is the nasopharyngeal test, and that tests for an acute infection. So that is a viral RNA test that tests for actual virus in the nasopharynx. So the protocols that we're using I'll go over in a moment, and we're trying to relax those protocols to get more people tested, but we're still trying to have some sort of protocol and guidelines in place for all of our providers. And the common question that we're getting a lot is, why don't we test everyone? So this is a really important question, and I think that it bears repeating. Dr. Davis did go over a lot of this in his last week's talk. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that on our website, I would encourage everybody to look at that. He goes over all of these things in greater detail than I will tonight, and it's really informative and great. But the reason that we're not testing everyone and we're not offering sort of testing for asymptomatic individuals is because of the possibility of false negatives is one reason. So if you don't have outward symptoms of coronavirus and you take a swab, the possibility that you're not going to collect any virus back in that area is higher. So we're potentially telling you, yes, you don't have the virus, but maybe you do, and you're still an asymptomatic carrier. So it doesn't really give you a lot of valuable information if you're asymptomatic or don't have any symptoms of coronavirus. Another important thing is that we're trying to conserve our testing supplies. So everyone's heard of the shortages that everybody's experiencing, and right now we don't have a shortage per se, but we do want to keep our testing supplies available for if and when we do need those for more symptomatic patients. And then also another important thing is today's negative test doesn't mean tomorrow you're going to not potentially go out and pick up the disease. So we've talked a lot about this as far as like a comparison to a sexually transmitted infection. Today you can come in and get a STI check for gonorrhea, chlamydia, and you go out and have exposure that evening and you could get it. So it can kind of provide a sense of false security and maybe not be so diligent about wearing our masks and using our PPE if you have a negative antigen test, but it doesn't really confer a lot of valuable information long term. So the antigen screening protocol, so this speaks to your question, Annie, as far as who we're screening for the antigen. So this is active infection. So again, we've kind of relaxed our protocol a little bit, but we're really trying to stick with these parameters. So any two of the following, which is fever, respiratory, or GI symptoms. So dry cough, sore throat, shortness of breath, those types of respiratory symptoms, and then GI symptoms, diarrhea, vomiting, nausea, those types of things. And then the interesting one that's been tossed around a lot and that we are using as a protocol is loss of taste and or smell. And then the vulnerable population, so travel to a high-risk area, which that's very much expanded. It's not international travel anymore, it's community acquired. So I guess LA County could be considered a high-risk area. So, that is one of the parameters that we're using. Healthcare workers for sure, and anybody who's in contact with a known COVID positive patient. Are also immunocompromised patients, are patients who are over 60, patients who have diabetes. We know these patients tend to do a little poorer when they do contract COVID, so we're a little bit more aggressive in testing those patients. Also, our pregnant patients and anybody with heart, lung, kidney disease. So we have expanded our protocols, so this is kind of what we're trying to go by in the clinic, and it really falls in line with what the CDC is recommending as well. So moving on to antibody testing. So antibody testing is the serum test or the blood test that we're doing, and we. So I'm going to back up and just kind of describe what an antibody is. So the picture in pink, it kind of gives a cartoon display of what an antibody is. So an antibody is essentially a protein that your body makes in response to a specific antigen, such as a virus or a bacteria. So the normal response in your body is it sees a bacteria or a virus or a foreign body, and it mounts a antibody response. And that can be either from infection, or it can also be through a vaccine or an immunization. The antibodies are the same for both of those responses. So the antibodies, it's testing for, it's not used to detect if you have COVID-19, like an acute infection. That's not what it's for. It's used to find out if you've been exposed to it and if you've mounted an immune response to that. So it can be a tricky thing right now just because there's so much that we don't know about coronavirus, and there's a lot of unknowns in the tests that are out there commercially available. But we'll get into that a little bit more. It does take about 5 to 10 days, more closely to 8 to 10 days for our bodies to sort of mount an antibody response that's able to be picked up in a test. So patients that are in the hospital, they're not testing for this right away. They're allowing your body to kind of mount enough of an immune response to it for it to be picked up on in a test. And so the question here again is, why don't we test everyone? And I think the sort of push is for that to happen eventually. A lot of public health experts and physicians are really pushing for that to happen, just to sort of see what is the exposure in the community, how many people perhaps have had COVID and didn't know. So there's a lot of question about that, and I've heard a lot of patients say, maybe I had it back in December, or I had it back in January, and I think that's a common thing that a lot of people are thinking, and that's, that I don't think that that's totally out of the question, but we're seeing from the data that California doesn't have as high of a percentage of potential exposures than was once thought. So that's kind of a wait and see kind of thing. We're not really sure. So another reason that we don't test everyone quite yet is because the commercially available tests, like I alluded to before, aren't as reliable. So there's been a lot of tests that have come out. There's a lot of profitability that's being, potentially people are trying to kind of take advantage of that maybe and put out tests that maybe aren't as accurate as we would like them to be. And one of the studies that has been talked about a lot kind of in the social media and online is the Stanford test that came out that showed that there was maybe a higher percentage of the population and of their subset of population that had been tested positive for the antibodies. So the extrapolation from that data was, maybe there has been a higher percentage of Californians that have been exposed and perhaps asymptomatic. But there was that test that they used, the antibody test that they used, was subsequently banned because the Chinese government, the equivalent of their FDA, hadn't tested its validity. So Stanford's kind of standing by their results, but it just kind of speaks to the sort of broad unknown question mark that's kind of out there. So antibody testing at CIMC. So we're currently using the blood draw, like I mentioned, and we're sending it off to Quest Lab. And Quest does have from what they're reporting, a really high sensitivity, high specificity test, meaning that the results are accurate. So that's the test that we're using right now. We're waiting on a point of care or the finger stick test from South Korea, and that one also just sort of serendipitously is kind of one of the ones that is also has a high accuracy, and we're feeling it's going to be a good machine for us, and it's going to give us accurate results. So going to who we're testing, so we're recommending anybody who had kind of a more severe respiratory or GI illness between the months of January to present. So somebody who had maybe a flu and had a positive flu test, we wouldn't recommend, not that you can't get the antibody test, but that was probably the flu. So, if you had sort of an unknown or, a more severe or prolonged fever, a dry cough, some of these symptoms that are kind of correlating with COVID, you can get that antibody test. And we're doing those, if you can, with antibody and antigen tests, we're asking the patients to call the clinic and schedule an appointment with a provider so that we can kind of talk to you about which test might be the right one for you, and is it the right thing to do? Is it something that is going to sort of change management? Are you at higher risk? Those types of questions that we'll be asking, and then ordering the test and sort of helping you schedule that test. So we're trying to batch these tests so that the person that's doing the antigen test is in full PPE and she's in the tent, and we're doing these sort of batch so that we protect her and protect our medical center. And then the antibody tests, the serum tests are drawn in the lab, and again, we're really trying to batch those and make sure that we're limiting our exposures. My slide kind of got cut off, so I was on a Mac and it didn't really come out through, but the slide says, does a positive antibody test mean you are immune? And this is a really hot topic right now because we're sort of using it. In some of the literature I was reading today, some of the countries are sort of using a positive antibody test as sort of like a freedom pass, if you will, to go out and do what you want to do in the community. And I think that's really the wrong direction to go because we don't really know enough about the antibody and its sort of long-term immunity to be able to speak to that. And we don't really know, we know also that in certain countries they've shown that patients who've had a positive COVID antigen, meaning they've had the acute infection, they've actually gotten it again. So, there's just a lot of unknowns there. And so, according to the WHO, there's no conclusive evidence that having the SARS-CoV-2 antibodies will prevent a person from getting this virus a second time. And immunity can vary. So kind of an analogy that's helpful is sort of a measles. If you get an infection from measles, that imparts sort of lifelong immunity for the patient who gets measles. Versus like the influenza virus, if you get the flu one year, doesn't mean you're never going to get it again. You can get it year after year after year. And also if you get the vaccine for influenza, your antibodies, even if it protects you that flu season, those antibodies sort of wane over time. So you have to get the flu vaccine every year. So we're not really sure how coronavirus is going to act yet. We don't know how long these antibodies are going to stick around, and we don't know how that is going to play out long term. So that's, again, another big question mark that I think a lot of the vaccine companies are really struggling with. And also the question of mutation, is the COVID virus going to mutate? And so far, there has been evidence of some mutation, but we feel that it, again, it's just a big question mark. There's a lot behind that. So I want to just speak briefly about Governor Newsom's sort of the reopening and the report card from California, how we did, and sort of why he's basing his recommendations on this early stage 2. And when he talked about the stability of hospitalizations, the PPE inventory, the healthcare surge capacity, all these things, these things that he's looking at to make sure that we're ready, that we're doing this in a stepwise, organized fashion, and that we're not rushing to rushing to open when we're not quite ready. And really, when you look at what with the parameters that they're looking at and sort of the preparations that they're making, we really, at the medical center, talked about it a lot, and it's really spot on with what we feel like is the right thing to do, especially when it comes to the testing capacity and the contact tracing. So when Dr. Davis, I think it was maybe last week, he was talking about slamming on the brakes versus pumping the brakes. And I think this really speaks to sort of that analogy is if we're going to open up, doing it in an organized and stepwise fashion, like Lisa, you were mentioning that, I think that's really important that we prepare the community for whatever the plan is. But then being prepared as far as being able to pump the brakes, and that's that contact tracing. So if we find a little hot spot of outbreak, we're able to quickly test and isolate. So I think that's an important piece of the puzzle that they really were, they're putting together this sort of contact tracing army that is potentially going to be involved in helping the state do this in a really organized and public health-minded way. So I think it's a good thing. So the same thing, with our preparedness, we've been able to see the stability of our hospitalizations over time, especially in LA. Their ability to take patients from the island if we need to transfer care, and that's been really streamlined and smooth, and we anticipate that will continue as we're able to transfer patients off, and they're able to take those patients and help us manage those patients. Our PPE, we have adequate supplies of personal protective equipment. We're doing well in that way. Our testing capacity, I spoke with our lab director today, and she feels confident that we have enough testing supplies, and our capacity is where it needs to be. And then the contact tracing capacity, I think we at the medical center had some good ideas as far as helping. We're not a public health entity, but I do think that we could talk more about that, and we'd love to help in any way that we can, and just help make sure that piece is intact, because I think that's a really important piece of it. And then the public health guidance, and that just kind of speaks again to what Lisa was mentioning as far as making sure that our small business owners are prepared and they know what is expected of them, and everybody's following those guidelines. So with that, let's see if anybody had any questions.
Questions?
You have questions that came in, Michael?
Yeah, I have 3 questions that have come in so far. The first one is from Randy Brannock. He writes, I am concerned for the safety of my family, employees, and the community. In your professional opinion, 1, how can we assure that visitors to the island are COVID-free? Would you advise testing at public transportation terminals for boaters arriving on their own boats, flyers arriving on their own planes, etc.? And 2, what would be your recommendation for opening the island to visitors to ensure this level of safety? Thank you if you've covered this in your presentation.
Yeah, so those are hard questions to answer. I don't know the capacity of the Express to be able to do that type of testing. I don't think that's kind of in their wheelhouse necessarily, or their responsibility to do that. I think, as far as opening the island up, again, I think it should be in a stepwise, really organized manner, and following LA County's guidance as far as testing patients and, really trying to be very diligent about following that in a stepwise way. And if we're going to talk about testing, I think, that's not really, I haven't seen that being as far as like a recommendation as far as coming into a community, maybe temperature taking or something else like that that's kind of more viable to do on a kind of a quick basis. But I think a lot of this is just going to be opening up in a slow manner and trying to make sure that we're not opening the floodgates, but just sort of doing it really stepwise and controlled.
Can I just ask, I would love to have you address the whole temperature taking, because people have said in the community every single person on the Express should have their temperature taken before they get on the boat, but you don't have to have a fever to have COVID.
No, that's
And
true.
You don't have to have a fever in order to spread to someone else. So
Yeah.
could you just talk about how
Yeah.
the effectiveness of the temperature thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that's sort of being put out there because it's kind of a quick point of care thing. It's like a screen, but you're not going to catch everybody. You're right. You're just not. And I don't think that there's any way that's in the realm of possibility for this island or any community to be able to keep the influx of potentially COVID positive people coming in and out of their communities. It's just not going to happen, so you're going to miss people no matter what you do. Even if you did a point of care COVID test right at the time, we know that asymptomatic patients are going to potentially be negative, and still be able to spread COVID. So there's no perfect answer, no way to make sure that that's excluded.
And isn't it also social distancing and masking is going to be on the books for a long time.
Absolutely.
And I think
Absolutely.
when that, I hate to call it fear, but when that fear is what I'm hearing out there, social distancing and masking and, of course, washing hands are the key.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be kind of the sort of keystone in really trying to keep the spread at bay. I don't think that we're going, like I said, I really don't think that there's any possibility of catching every single person that comes over to the island. It's just not feasible. But if we are organized and, guiding our small business owners to, keep the tables separate and be strict about having people wear masks on the ferry and all those things that we're already doing, just not relenting on those things, I think that will help a lot.
The next question I have is from Leslie Warner. She writes, "Thank you for this opportunity to ask questions. I realize some of my questions may be answered in your presentation. Please explain the CIMC website testing information. Do the number of tests displayed indicate the number of results that have been received? When will we begin to expand testing for all of our frontline workers in Avalon? And will LA County Health Department be providing support for contact tracing? Does CIMC have an improved and reliable antibody test?"
I didn't hear that last bit, but I'm going to kind of go stepwise through her question, the first ones.
Sure. So she writes, "I realize some of my questions may be answered in your presentation. Please explain the CIMC website testing information. Do the number of tests displayed indicate that the results have been received?"
Yeah, so I think our website might be a little behind over the last couple of days. So the numbers that I mentioned today are just, maybe an hour old. So it's the antigen testing has been 53. There are 14 pending. And again, those are mostly asymptomatic patients who are wanting to come in for physical therapy. So, yeah, we're trying to keep the website as updated as possible, and so some of them will reflect pending tests.
The next part of that is, when will we begin to expand testing to all of our frontline workers in Avalon, and will LA County Health Department be providing support for contact tracing?
So it depends on what we're talking about as far as testing for all of our frontline workers. So again, it goes to the antigen versus antibody testing. So those are available now. If the frontline worker has any sort of symptoms, we definitely encourage them to make an appointment and talk to us and get tested. The antibody testing, that can be done now as well. So as far as coverage, from my understanding, all COVID-related visits and testing should be covered. So they can always just call the medical center and ask to talk to one of the providers, and we'll help them out. And then as far as LA County supporting contact tracing, they are, and that's sort of what I was alluding to about Newsom's proposal to start training. I think they have a lot of state workers that are not working right now, so they're planning on training those people to be contact tracers. And they're going to have a website that you can go to and take this free training, and so they're going to be starting off, I think, with 10,000 contact tracers that are going to help communities do that contact tracing, the isolation, and the testing. So that is what we were so excited about, because I think that is exactly what we need.
The next question comes from Paula Patterson, and I'll read, I guess, each question and then stop.
That'd be great.
Because there's a couple of them.
Okay.
She writes, I have a question for the question and answer segment of Dr. Davis's presentation. As test sites are now located throughout LA County, have arrangements been made to include Avalon in distribution of more tests here on the island?
So we don't have a shortage right now of tests, so we don't necessarily need any, we don't need to take testing supplies from maybe these bigger institutions that are maybe at a shortage. So right now we're not asking for any support with that. But as she was saying, as far as LA County and LA City are actually offering those tests, and again, we're trying to follow suit, but keep our public health strategies in mind and conserving tests for those folks that potentially will need them down the road. So the testing is available. We have test kits available here, and we're good to go on all those things.
The next part of this question, and then there's a statement afterwards, and I'll wait to read the statement, but she says, when we begin to open non-essential businesses on the island, do you think it would be prudent to test workers regularly who interface with the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would sort of lean on LA County Public Health as far as their recommendations for that. Again, today's negative doesn't mean tomorrow you're going to be negative. So again, it just speaks to utilization, proper utilization of our testing supplies, and I don't know if that is necessary, if the healthcare workers and the frontline workers are wearing their masks and they're washing their hands and they're doing all those things. I don't know if daily or every other day testing, I don't think that's necessary for asymptomatic people.
The next part is a statement. She says, I would also like to thank CIMC for their hard work and efforts to keep our community informed.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it's
and that's all
definitely
the
been a
public
team.
comment I have.
It's definitely been an amazing team to be a part of, and I just feel really, really grateful to have all of our providers here. And I think, Dr. McGordy, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So if we have time, I would like for Dr. McGordy just to speak a little bit about his experience that he's in Kansas right now. So if you don't mind, Dr. McGordy, just to kind of speak to the council about what's your experience up there right now.
Yes, certainly, and I hope that you can all hear me because occasionally things cut out when I'm listening in. I'm currently in southwest Kansas in a county called Stewart County. We have a large meat processing plant here, and it's considered essential. So it's been kept open during this whole event. They had 5 cases out here as of April 10th, and I was scheduled to come out here and work for a couple weeks from the 18th through the 30th of April, but I've had to extend just based on the number of cases that we have. And it really goes to how important the social distancing and masks are, because the community out there in Catalina has done an excellent job of participating in doing the right thing and maintaining social distancing and mask and not going out as much. The community here has not embraced that as much, and it's generated some problems with community spread, because currently we have 622 positive in a community of about 20,000, and it certainly has taxed our hospital system at this time as well. We typically in the emergency department over a 24-hour period, we're seeing 70% of our patients are either positive for this virus or people under investigation for this virus. And it's a sobering and frustrating experience sometimes taking care of these folks, and even the best laid plans can be disrupted just based on having to use so much protective equipment, or finding out that you need to call the National Guard in order to get a couple extra ventilators because we're trying to keep most of the patients here to take care of them. So we've been struggling out here and trying to keep up, and it's been a difficult thing. And I think that the thing that I notice most, and if I could stress the most, is I honestly would have to say that I think they've been a bit reckless out here with allowing people to not maintain the social distancing and allowing this meat processing plant, which, by the way, supplies about 25 to 30% of the beef that America consumes, to stay open throughout this whole thing. So it's generated a lot of problems for the hospital. I think a lot of times, especially out here, people don't understand what's happening within the 4 walls of the hospital and the amount of patients that we're caring for and the amount of people that we actually have to transfer to other places just because we've run out of bed space in our facility. So I've been fortunate. I'm very appreciative of the crew out there and allowing me to extend a little bit of time here, because I think it's been valuable in trying to help the community out here, and also has been extraordinarily valuable in recognizing and understanding how these patients' course of their illness continues, and how long somebody can actually be sick with this. And it certainly seems that California has a better plan than Kansas does, and I'm not trying to throw Kansas under the bus, but the priorities here, I don't think were led by science and medicine. I think they were led more by industry and people's feelings that they didn't have to do the things that are difficult in order to prevent infection. And we have these numbers, even though most of our patients are younger. We have not had the nursing homes that have been affected out here. And I don't believe that we've even had a single case that's associated with the nursing homes here in the community. Most of it is associated with the plants, and a lot of people who work there who go home and live with 5 or 6 or 7 other people, and then even then don't participate in trying to stay away from those folks. It's very frustrating on our end, because we've had experiences where we've tested people in the ER and called them with the results 2 days later and found that they weren't at home. And even though they've had strict instructions to quarantine for 14 days, even after the test was taken. I know the question of testing is coming up, and it's interesting. Within the hospital, we've had some changes that we've had to make with testing, because you end up testing the most important, testing for the most important knowledge. So, for example, we have the National Guard that's been deployed out here to help us with testing, and they have some of the, fast tests or point-of-care tests, and some of the ones that are actually more sensitive, which are what they call PCR tests, which is a special way of, isolating the virus. And we have determined that not everybody gets those tests. I mean, those tests are meant for patients that we have to transfer so that the other receiving facility knows that that patient is negative, or patients that we're trying to determine where they go into our hospital, in order to make sure that we don't put a positive patient on a floor which we're calling a non-COVID floor. And it's just been it's been a interesting experience. I can tell you certainly that it brings out the best in the people that you work with, despite the stressors. But I certainly hope that it does not have to be experienced out there. And my biggest thing that I could say is I know there's a lot of people who are concerned about, whether they had it before, whether what their status is. But the biggest thing that people can do is just continue to practice the simple things that are going to keep people safe, because the curve that is still going up here in Kansas, despite the relaxation of the stay-at-home order in many counties here at Kansas, that curve was considerably flattened out in California, to the point where now they can make a decision based on science and medicine to determine that you can gradually open up the state again. So it's a bit of a complicated mess out here, for better word, but so far, we're kind of getting through it, and I'm looking forward to getting my PCR test on Friday, which is more sensitive and specific, and, make sure that my status is unchanged. So that's, I'm happy that, what I'll bring back to Catalina is, hopefully some, knowledge and also some ideas as to, what can be done when you do have to change your plans, because out here our plans have changed every 24 to 48 hours based on, space and availability and how many patients you're seeing and what you need to do in order to accommodate these folks, as well as keep everybody who's trying to take care of them safe.
Well, thank you very much. That's fascinating to hear what you're going through, and please be safe. And Dr. Amy, is there any more questions? Michael, did we get
one more question came in from Kathleen Hill, Carlisle, and I do apologize. There's a lot to unpack, so I'll kind of go slow. It says a lot of us are wearing cloth homemade masks. I see a lot of people touching them outside, pulling them off and on, and I know I use the same mask multiple days. What are safe practices for homemade non-disposable masks? I heard one doctor say to treat the outside as if it's contaminated. Can you go over how to handle, wear, and remove a homemade mask? And then there's a second part to that.
So I think the homemade masks, it's not going to prevent you from getting COVID if somebody coughs or sneezes. It's not an N95. So it's essentially to keep you from getting your germs on other people. So if you are using your mask and it's been a couple of days and it looks a little soiled or it feels a little grimy, I'd put it in the wash. If you're using like a surgical mask like I have, I use it until I feel like it's too soiled and then I throw it away. If I'm concerned that I'm potentially going to be exposed to a COVID potential patient, or somebody has a cough or whatever, I'll put an N95 on. So the face masks that folks are wearing out in public, again, they're to keep your coughs and sneezes and your droplets from getting on other people. So those should just be washed every day or every couple of days. I think that's fine.
The second part of that is, as we open up and have all workers wearing masks, will the employer have to provide disposable masks or daily sanitized cloth masks? If you work in a restaurant, especially in the kitchen, and get sweaty, it's hard to use the same mask. Will there be a public source for fresh masks? Glad the hospital has enough PPE. And some of those might actually get answered later on in a future item of discussion. But
Yeah, I can't really speak to that, like what the community members are going to do. I mean, I would recommend that they have some sort of plan for that, but, I do think that, reusing fabric or homemade masks is fine as long as they're washed.
And that's all the public comment I have.
So, obviously over the last couple of months, we've gotten so much information that it's been interesting to digest it all. But I think at this point, it warrants the conversation about the fact that the only way that we would ever stay COVID-free forever is if we never had any transfers of people from the mainland to the island.
Yeah.
And so I think, and I'm not the foremost knowledgeable person on this, but the whole idea behind the safer at home and staying at home is to slow the spread of the virus so that all of this medical care could be put in place, so that as each person had potentially been exposed or contracted the virus, that there was medical care available for them when they needed it. So whereas other countries or cities that have had these massive outbreaks, there's not enough care, there's not enough workers to care for some, and there's not enough equipment, all of that, which has been pretty detrimental. But I think that there's some misinformation out in the community that, we'll stay at home and the virus, we're not going to get the virus. And I just want somebody other than me explaining the fact that we're not ever going to be 100% COVID free. That's not the whole purpose of stay at home, and it's just sort of to help us get stuff in place.
Right, and so that goes back to that flattening of the curve. So if you were to calculate the area under both curves, it's the same, right? So a certain amount of people are going to have to get infected and have sort of the herd immunity where enough people have been exposed to and have mounted an antibody response to sort of squelch the virus that way, or there's the vaccine. So either one, they're both going to take a lot of time. So this isn't going anywhere anytime soon. The area under the curve on the big spike kind of exceeds our hospital capacity. So that's sort of flattening the curve. Again, it's just to allow the cases to come in a more spread out time span so that hospitals are able to take care of those patients, and we're not running out of ventilators and making those terrible decisions on who gets one and who doesn't. So right now in California, and why Governor Newsom has put in these new kind of early stage 2 is that we have that capacity. We feel like we are sort of ready to take care of the patients that we know are going to still get it, because not very many people have been exposed to it, as we're seeing from the antibody tests that are out there. So we know people are going to still get it, but we have had time to prepare now. So we have the PPE, we have the testing, we have the beds available in the hospitals, we have the ventilators, we have all the things that we weren't prepared for initially because we've never seen this before. So we couldn't take care of all those people right at the get-go. So this time that we've spent in our homes doing the safer at home, the shelter in place, it was so important to be able to allow our communities to prepare for the next onslaught, which is going to probably happen, So we have to really stay diligent about these PPE measures and all the things that they're putting out there, because it has made a huge difference. And, we are a lot better prepared for patients who are going to continue to be exposed and infected, but they'll have a much higher chance of recovering from the infection because we're more prepared. So again, we're not going to not see COVID out here. It's just not going to happen unless you close down the borders forever. So that's just not, that's unrealistic, of course. So we're going to have to, and it doesn't even mean that it's going to be the tourist's fault. We're still going over and going shopping and exposing ourselves and coming home. So everybody kind of wants to get back to their normal life, and I can see both sides. I've heard patients, really concerned about opening Catalina again, and then, other folks who are, so stressed about losing their businesses and their jobs, and so it's such a hard position to be in to make those decisions on how and when to open. But we've done such a great job, and we're prepared. So I think that as long as we stay the course and are super organized, and we make decisions in a responsible sort of stepwise manner, and we prepare our community, and we are open communication to the community, and they're part of that decision-making process, even if they're, just as long as they're involved in it, I think that you'll have a better sort of understanding, and I think people will be more open to, because everybody's afraid, right? Everybody's afraid. So if you can just speak to that and acknowledge that, I think that will help a lot in easing people's fears.
I just had a couple of questions. One, is there a lower age limit for testing? Is it anyone can be tested?
Yep.
It's fine, okay. And then the other thing is just, I think people have been talking about contact tracing a lot. I have a couple of friends that are really great at tracking what they do every day, and I know for me, it feels like every day has run together for the last 60 days. So are there any suggestions you have for contact tracing that people can just be actively doing as we start getting into the process of opening back up, so they know where they've been, who they've been with?
Yeah.
Timing, is there anything you recommend or a good practice that you've seen?
Yeah. I've thought a lot about that also, because I'm the worst as far as my memory. I'm like, was that yesterday? Was that 4 days ago? I have no idea when I saw that person. But I think there's a lot of apps being developed as from Apple and Google. They're sort of working together to sort of deal with that specific problem, because this is an issue as far as just relying on your own memory of who have you been in contact with. So I think that I'm going to leave that to the geniuses at Apple and Google, and hopefully they'll come up with something that will really help us out with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's it.
No, did you say it was impossible really to test any visitors?
I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I don't think that's necessarily a realistic or viable option at this point, because we don't have a good point of care test that's just available to give us test results within a couple of minutes before they're boarding, say, a ferry or that kind of thing. So it's not an impossible endeavor, but I don't think that that's something that could be instated, rapidly enough to kind of be a realistic thing for this kind of reopening that's going to be happening within weeks to months. I do think that having some sort of, communication with tourists that are coming over, as far as not traveling when you're sick and all those sort of, warnings that are out there, just to make sure that tourists are being mindful not to come over when they're sick. But again, I don't think, even if we did test everybody with a point of care test, you're still not going to catch everybody, because you're still going to have those false negatives, so I don't think, in my opinion, that's not a good use of the testing resources at this time. Like, if we had just bountiful and plentiful testing capabilities and it was instantaneous, that might be a different story, but that's just not where we're at right now.
And then the number that you have posted on the website, will that be both tests on there?
So I think they're separated out from antigen tests and antibody tests. So the antibody tests, like I said, we just kind of started doing that. We rolled that out just this week, or maybe even last week was the earliest that we've started running those. So I don't know if people are as interested in the antibody tests, but if we put them, if they are out on the website, we will separate them out. Do you know, Jason, if they're antibody tests? Yeah, and I think people are more interested in, who's sick. It's not who has been sick. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what we've been putting out on the website.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I just want to commend the hospital staff.
Absolutely.
You guys have been amazing.
Well,
in
thanks.
Keeping us informed.
Yeah.
It's just been phenomenal.
Thank you. Yeah, the team has been amazing, and like I said, I just feel so grateful that we have the team that we do right now. It's just been like this huge blessing, so it's been really great. Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that reminder. So that was an important thing to talk about. So testing for COVID, whether it be antibody or antigen testing or visits with the provider, it should all be covered, whether you have insurance or not, so no out-of-pocket expenses for that. So we hope that that's not a barrier, whether or not you have documentation or insurance or identification. All those things should not be barriers to come in and being tested. So we're really trying to open that up to everyone in the community, regardless of your financial or document situation. So,
Great.
And you do want them to make an appointment or at least contact the hospital before they come up, correct?
Yes. So that's a good thing to remind everybody too. Just always call the clinic, call the clinic and make an appointment to see one of the providers. We're there 5 days a week, and we'll help you get situated with what you need.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That's good.
Thank you very much.
Tell Dr. Davis you did a great job, Dr. Warren. Okay, we're going to go on to oral communication. This is an opportunity for people out there in television land to address the council at this time. No action will be taken on non-agenda items, and you will be limited to 3 minutes. Or what, 150 words? Anything going on?
Currently, I have one public comment. It's from Janice Hall. She writes, due to the severe hardship of shelter-in-place orders, unknown recovery time for a tourist economy, and confusion regarding the subsidies, our unemployed are relying on food distribution. Would it be possible for the city to extend the no eviction rent raise ordinance another several months? What will happen to low-wage earners in Avalon when all of the past rents are due? Is the city aware of any rent subsidy programs to help people with this issue?
I could just address the first part, that we are on May. On May 12th, which is a week from today, we are supposed to be having another special meeting, and that is to address our 2 urgency ordinances that we have in place, which would address Ms. Hall's question there on evictions and rents. And at that time, the City Council will determine how long and which parts of the urgency ordinances they want to extend or get rid of.
The other part of that too is the under the ordinance, what it does have is 6 months after the declaration of the emergency, they cannot be evicted, and that they should be communicating with landowners or with the property owners now to come up with a payment plan, so they would have an additional 6 months past that date in order to come up with the additional funds from when they were not able to either make full payment or when they were only able to make a partial payment. So there's some life and some relief that extends beyond the actual expiration of the emergency ordinance as well. So I just wanted to let everyone know that that's in there.
And I know the county is working on a program of rent assistance. I just don't know where they're at on that, but they did vote to put that together, and they're still developing their plan. So just so that people know that it is in development, and this is all new to everybody.
And that's it for public comment?
That's all I have.
Okay, consent calendar?
We have 4 items this evening on the consent calendar. The first one is actions from the regular City Council meeting of April 7th, and then our special City Council meeting on April 28th. The second one is expenditures for a total expenditure amount of $1,948,240.83, and that's for a month's period of March 28th through April 24th. The third one is to authorize the city manager to execute the cooperation agreement with the Los Angeles County Development Authority for a 3-year term beginning July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. The fourth one is to appoint W.F. Ole Olson as city treasurer until the next municipal election, which will be held in 2024, and confirm his continued representation for the city of Avalon in the Long Beach Unified School District toxic case.
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 4.
Are there any items that anybody wants to pull first?
I just wanted to make a point that item 3 is one of those items I was discussing where the census comes into play, that the amount of money we're receiving is because of the previous census.
Okay.
But, yeah, I will second if no one needs to pull anything.
Been motion and a second. Would you please call for the vote?
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember LaBelle?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Okay. Now moving on to item 5.
Our first item in general business this evening, we'll be having a financial update from our Finance Director, Matt Baker.
Denise, can you advise of breaks that are happening so people know about timing for the presentations?
So after Matt Baker's presentation, we will have a little break so we give time for the public to send some comments in, and likewise after the Assistant City Manager, Michael Palmer, gives his presentation, we will also take another break so people are able to ask questions.
So again, the purpose of this finance update is to provide council, one, with an overview of our current budgeted activity. Included in that, we're going to be going over anticipated revenues next year, for next year, and kind of some of the rationale behind the assumptions that I'm making as far as those revenue projections. I apologize. The third thing on the list we're going to be looking at is the current adjustments we've made. I know a couple department heads earlier in the evening have kind of spoken to how their particular departments have been impacted. I'm going to be going into a little more detail just on a kind of a fund-wide level as far as what those adjustments we've already made. And then the fourth thing is the adjustments that are still going to be required in order for us to operate in a balanced budget in the upcoming year. So one of the kind of key assumptions that we're making is that while we are aggressively coordinating and reaching out with state, county, federal representatives for any potential aid that may be out there, as of right now, that amount is not known, or if it even were to exist. So we are trying to operate under the assumption that that money isn't available, as we don't know whether it ever will be, and if it does become available, when and how much are still unknown. So there's a lot of unknown still, trying to project out what next year will look like. So we are trying to make conservative assumptions as far as what revenue projections will be available, as well as what other aid or financing will be available. That way we can ensure our ability to operate indefinitely. So this slide here shows a breakdown of the city finances by fund. The bars in green represent city revenues by fund, and the dark blue represents expenditures. As you can see, the general fund and the harbor fund are the two largest funds in the city, and they are considerably larger than the other funds as far as budgeted revenues and expenditures go. Another thing to point out with these two funds, that they are also the two most impacted by visitor-driven revenues. So by that I mean the primary revenue sources for those two funds largely comes from taxes and fees associated with visitors coming to the island. A couple things just to call out on here. As you can see, there is already expenditures exceeding revenues in the Harbor Fund. That was known, as in we had several large capital projects planned in the Harbor Fund that were going to be drawing on fund balance, existing fund balance, to cover some of those costs. Again, when we budget, we had the full kind of project list. A lot of times, likely, we don't get through all the capital projects we were looking at, and the end of the year kind of breakdown might not look that extreme, but that is how it was in our budget last year. The other thing to point out is the general fund. Those funds are unrestricted, so they are also used to subsidize shortfalls, known shortfalls in other funds. Last year, we had a mid-year budget adjustment for an interfund loan from the general fund to the sewer, as well as planned shortfalls in the transit and other smaller funds where the general fund was going to be offsetting those. The one thing that doesn't show on here is that our revenues were actually outpacing our projections, so some of those draws on fund balance may not have actually happened as we tried to be conservative in our revenue estimates, but up to the pandemic, our revenues were actually on pace, coming ahead of what we had budgeted, but unfortunately that has since changed. I just enjoy the picture of the full harbor here for a second before we get into the next slides. So right here, what I have is a breakdown of our general fund revenues and expenditures. These are operating revenues and operating expenditures, so any capital projects or grants associated with those capital projects aren't included in the chart. Starting with the chart on the left, it's similar to the pie chart I've shown in other presentations. It's a breakdown of our general fund revenues, grouping them as either visitor-driven, partially visitor-driven, or resident-driven. Visitor-driven revenue in the dark blue, that represents our TOT and our admissions tax revenue. So those are revenues I consider to be near fully paid by our visitor population. The green represents what I consider partially visitor-driven, and when I say partially, they're largely paid for by visitors, but residents do contribute to these, and those being the sales tax and the portion of the sales tax that is passed through to the hospital, as well as ambulance fees. Ambulance fees are about $400,000 a year. Not to go into too much detail, our visitor population also contributes to that revenue source as well. So that is the ones that were grouped in that visitor-driven and partially visitor-driven revenues. On the right-hand side, you will see the expenditures broken down by departments within the general fund. Starting on the bottom, working up, is the fire department's operating budget. The dark blue represents our law enforcement budget, so that would be primarily our sheriff's contract. Orange being public works, green recreation, yellow planning. Black is the chamber allocation, pink is the hospital pass-through portion. Even though that's a pass-through, we do reflect it in our revenues and expenditures. And then the top gray portion is kind of an other admin, and we'll go into that in detail. Just to kind of keep the colors to a minimum, this next slide is showing the same thing on the expenditures, just broken down slightly differently. The light blue on the bottom represents expenditures related to salaries and benefits. The green represents maintenance and operating expenditures. The dark blue represents our contract services, and the gray represents our internal service allocations. So things like finances time and admin's time is charged to the various departments within the general fund based on the size and impact of those funds. So even within that gray, there are salaries and benefits, contract services, maintenance and operations, etc. So one way you can look at the expenditures in the general fund is roughly half of our spend there relates to salaries and benefits. One of the questions I get asked a lot is, how does this compare to the Great Recession of 08-09? In a lot of ways, this is a unique type of economic situation we're facing, and isn't all that comparable to 08-09. The main way 0809 differs from this year is it was a much more gradual decrease in revenues. And the greatest single year drop off we had at the city as far as TOT went was about a 20% decrease. It was about a 3-year recovery period, so some of the, I guess, more optimistic viewpoints of this one is some people do think we may have a quicker recovery, but the impact is likely to be steeper and more immediately felt than the 0809 recession was. So this chart here shows what happens if our visitor-driven revenues were to drop by 50% in the upcoming year. The 50% isn't a number picked out of the sky. Right now, Visit California is estimating its statewide tourism to decrease this year by about 50%. 40 to 50% is what they've been putting out there. So that 50% decrease in our visitor revenues, if we were to kind of match statewide average, would represent approximately $4 million shortfall that we would need to close by reducing our expenditures in order to operate within our means. I've shared that 50% number with a number of people, and a lot of people think that is being optimistic as far as what it actually means for us on the island. And again, when we're planning, we don't necessarily want to be planning on the best case scenario, but we want to set a target that we think is likely to occur. Just to provide scale again, looking at it, if our visitor revenues were only 30% of prior year activity, we would be looking at a $5.5 million shortfall that we would have to balance through reductions in our operating expenditures. So this is a breakdown of what we, in our last year's budget, spend our money on in the general fund. The second column, FTE, what that stands for is full-time equivalents. So that is, you can think of a part-time employee counting as a half of a full-time equivalent. So as you can see, we had 31.2 employees in the general fund in our current year budget. Just to highlight a couple of them in there, the maintenance and operations in public works, approximately 80,000 of that relates to rent and utilities, so things that we have less control over how much we can reduce. Other major contracts you can see in the sheriff's is our sheriff's contract. Trying to think if there's anything else that stands out or if there's any questions on any of the numbers. But again, this was what we adopted as a part of our current year budget. You can see salaries and benefits were that 40% number that I previously mentioned. Another way you can look at it is about half of our operating expenditures we spend on public safety, so that's police and fire services. So as mentioned by a number of the other department heads this evening already, we have taken immediate action when we recognize the preventative measures that were going to be necessary to respond to this pandemic and what they meant for city revenues. So we've already furloughed city staff for impacted departments, approximately 40%. So I know some department heads have stated their personal numbers. But those cuts were really citywide, at least as far as the departments that didn't directly relate to public safety. We've also looked at any non-essential operating expenditures. I know in this warrant, and you can probably go through the list and find some, a lot of those were commitments we made prior to COVID. There's a 30-day kind of lag, if you will. But I expect to see those numbers decreasing as we've already implemented a number of procedures to limit city spend. This is also working under the assumption we are postponing all capital projects that aren't funded by outside revenue sources. So what that means in the general fund is that's the Crescent Avenue stairs, the Pebbly Beach Road repairs, Five Corners pedestrian project. Again, that one, some of these I am mentioning do have grant funding, and we are working with our funding agencies to come up with a solution. as well as some budgeted parks improvements.
And how about Casino Archway?
That one is not grant funded, so right now in our current assumptions that we're working on, we wouldn't be putting significant funds into those repairs.
So I could add it to this list.
You can add it to this
Is
list.
there anything else?
Everything. Right now, kind of what we are working under is if there isn't a direct correlation to public safety, that it is not a priority at this time. So if there are capital projects that were in the current year budget that we hadn't started pre-COVID, you can safely put in the assumption that those projects are currently being postponed.
But to show the intensity of our situation, the whole beach, because we put money into that for study, right, on whether we're going to dredge it or whatever the thing is. So that's another big project that is put on hold. So I think it should be added to the list.
That's in the Harbor Fund, and it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, and it's in there probably.
So these are the general fund
I'm
projects.
sorry, thank
And
you
Mayor
very much.
Marshall, in your budget book that you have, we have a whole section that's just on CIP projects, and so
Right.
you could just look down that list and...
Yeah, good. Yeah, thank you.
And then again, just to clarify if there are any questions in the public, we also suspended our taxi book subsidy program. And while that was paid for out of the transit fund operated at a level to where the general fund had to subsidize it. So even though we pay it out of the transit fund, it really was general fund monies that was paying for that service. And so that's why that service was impacted by these cuts as well. And also we are reducing our chamber allocation to reflect the reduced levels of TOT coming into the city.
And where does it fit in on the county contracts with like paramedics and...
Those come up again in the harbor. So our county contract is for lifeguard and paramedic services, and that's charged for out of the harbor fund. And I have a slide for it later in the...
And law enforcement, we're not going to try to do anything with that one?
We did submit a letter to LA County Sheriffs to reduce our contract. We have not heard back yet from them. We just sent that out within the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
We have a draft letter to the LA County for the paramedics and the lifeguard. We have not sent that out yet.
Okay, great. But that's just to show the other things you all are working on and the desperation with these numbers. Okay.
So again, what I tried to do here is I tried to take the kind of level of cuts we've implemented in the last month or so and try to annualize those out to show what they mean if we were to adopt next year's budget kind of in line with the cuts we've already made. So as you can see, our full-time equivalents in the general fund went from 30 to 20.2 FTEs. As well as our overall spend went from a little over 10 million to a little under 7.5 million, so approximately a 25 to 30% reduction there in our spend based on the cuts we've made. Again, this isn't a detailed number. This was just kind of to provide a rough estimate of what would it mean if we kept our current level of cuts in place for a whole year. We will have to work on a budget for the upcoming year that will go line item through this process, but just to try to give a general sense of what our current level of reductions, keeping them in place, what that would mean, and how close would that get us to operating within a balanced way. And I will be showing you in later slides that these cuts we've made aren't enough, and further cuts would be required if we were to operate within our revenue means. So again, if we were working under the assumption that visitor-driven revenues were 30% of normal for the next fiscal year, we would need to cut $5.4 million from our current year budget to operate next year within our means. The reductions we've already made has reduced our general fund expenditures by approximately $2.6 million. As you can see, some of that was tied to decreased revenue estimates, so if our TOT is down, the amount distributed to the chamber would be correspondingly down. And then some of them are through the furloughs if they were to be put in place for an entire year. And again, if revenues were only 30% of prior year as far as visitor-driven revenues, we still would need to make an additional $2.8 million in cuts. And as you can see, $2.8 million is more than our public works, recreation, or planning budgets combined. So that is the scale of the problem we are facing to come up with a budget operating within our revenue needs.
Let us just absorb that for a moment.
So again, on this slide, this is comparing our expenditures if we kept them in place, our current reductions if we kept them in place for an entire year, and compare it with what our revenues would be if our visitorship is 30% of normal. So that's that $2.8 million that I mentioned earlier that we would still need to close in additional cuts. Just in case you don't like the 30% number, even with visitor revenues at 50% of normal, we would still need to reduce our expenditures from our current cuts an additional $1.5 million if we were to operate within our revenue means. And then lastly, what level of revenue we would need from visitors in order to operate with the current level of cuts in place for an entire year. We would need approximately 70% of our visitor revenues of normal if we were able to operate keeping the current level of cuts in place for an entire year. And as the other department heads have already attested, the level of cuts have been significant, but unfortunately that is the scale of the challenge we are looking at. If our visitors are a fraction of what we historically have had, that's the level and scale of cuts we would have to make to operate within the new normal. So again, just a quick picture of a full harbor before we do the same thing with the harbor fund. Harbor fund's a little more difficult to pull out the grants and revenues, so I have a couple extra colors in this chart here. So again, on the left is our harbor revenues. The light blue is harbor operation revenues, the green being fuel dock. The dark blue are our harbor capital revenues, so some of our wharfage fees are dedicated towards capital projects, and so that's what that dark blue represents. And then that gray on the top is our grant revenues related to harbor projects. The expenditures on the right, the orange at the bottom is public works. Red is our harbor administration. The blue color is for harbor operations, so that includes our patrol officers as well as our dedicated harbor maintenance personnel. Green is fuel dock. The dark blue is capital management, so a portion of our public works director, our harbor master's time is charged to the harbor capital fund for their managing of those harbor capital efforts. And then again, that gray at the top is our project budget that was in our last year's budget. So the next slide just takes away the grants and the projects. As you can see, the revenues in this case do outpace the expenditures, but those dark blue revenues are dedicated to capital projects. So in the next slide, taking those out, you can see that we actually, in our budget, had slight draws primarily with the fuel dock, where we were spending more in the fuel dock than we were bringing in. And so the harbor is offsetting those draws with available balance. So for the harbor, now on the left, I've got a breakdown of the various revenues that make up the harbor operating revenues. The light blue at the bottom is our cross-channel wharfage, so that's approximately $2.5 million budgeted in the current year. The dark blue is our cruise ship wharfage. The red is our pier and tideland rentals. The orange is harbor use and ad tax. The dark blue is our nightly mooring fees. The gray is kind of other, so there's annual moorings, certain permits fall into that gray category, and then the green is primarily fuel sales. So one thing that a lot of people have mentioned to me is that the boating community is excited to come to the island and enjoy the great weather we're having, and when the experts say it's safe to do so, I welcome them to come. But just to kind of highlight that even if our boating community were to come at the same levels, but say social distancing on the Express were to limit their passenger count and correspondingly their wharfage, if our cross-channel and cruise ship wharfage were 30% of normal, our rent's 50% of normal, and the reason I use 50% for them is because the minimum amount in their rents would be about 50%. Most of our rents in the harbor are based on either a minimum amount or a percentage of gross receipts. In most cases, the percentage of gross receipts is what ultimately is paid, but there is a minimum ceiling or floor there of about 50% of our rental revenues. If use fees and ad tax were 30%, but moorings were 100% of normal, we still would have a 3.9 million shortfall that we would need to close in cuts. Again, this is before the cuts we've already made.
Quick question.
Yep.
Are club leases and tenant rentals near and around the harbor reflected in the pier and tideland rentals line?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So again, this is a breakdown of, in our current year's budget, where we spent operating funds within the harbor. As you can see, we had 31.4 full-time equivalents. Approximately half of the money was spent on salaries and benefits. And the top row in Public Works contract services, what those contract services are, 800,000 of that is our lifeguard and paramedics contract. Approximately 200,000 is for waterfront trash collection, and another 200,000 approximately for restroom maintenance and shower maintenance. The other large contract service, just to call out, is our shoreboat subsidy, and that's in the harbor operations contract service field, so in kind of the middle of the table there, that 239,000. Again, maintenance and operations, in the operations category, a significant amount of that is the harbor fund's payment of various utilities, including to our solid waste and sewer funds. So we internally bill the harbor for its portion of sewer and solid waste impact, and that's over half of what that 529,000 figure represents. So again, the cuts we've made in the harbor are very similar in the scale to the cuts we've made in the general fund. We have furloughed city staff to approximately 40%, so we're operating at about 60% staffing level currently. We've deferred maintenance on operations that we've considered not essential to public health and safety. Bob Greenlaw can probably speak better to the specifics of those, but kind of the overarching guidance given to department heads, if that an expenditure isn't directly related to public health and safety, it's not a priority at this time. We have postponed capital projects not funded with outside revenue sources, so the project on the pier with the crane, we were fortunate to receive donations to offset those costs, and we are proceeding to get that completed. We're also working to make sure that mole phase 1 is complete. As everyone knows, the mole is essential to accepting visitors once it's safe to do so. We've also renegotiated city contracts in the harbor. We've reduced the shoreboat subsidy by 50%, and we've reduced the waterfront trash collection and restroom maintenance contracts by 75%. With these cuts, we've reduced the full-time equivalent headcount in the harbor to 14.9 FTEs, and we've reduced total expenditures down to $5.7 million from that over $8 million figure. So again, we had a goal of reducing our operations by $3.9 million if our visitor count were to be only 30% of normal. Based on the cuts we've already made, that's reduced our operating expenditures, and it says GF, but it should say a harbor fund, by $2.65 million. Again, approximately half of that is through the labor savings if we were to annualize the furloughs that have already been put in place. And then the other savings is outlined below. Even with these changes, we would still need to reduce the Harbor Fund's operating expenditures by $1.2 million if our visitor count were only to be 30% of normal. So here is kind of a graph showing what that would look like. Again, assuming our wharfage and our cruise ship wharfage were only 30% of normal, and assuming rents at 50% and ad tax at 30% and no impact to our nightly moorings, we still would need to close $1.2 million from the current cuts in order to operate within our means. This is just a chart showing if moorings were only 75%, that number would increase to $1.6 million needing to close. And then lastly, if we were to have revenues of approximately 70% of normal, the current level of cuts we have made would be sufficient to operate in a balanced way. That clearly we don't anticipate 70% of normal next year. We have, I think Carnival announced yesterday that they're currently not running any cruise ships to the island the months of July or August, and right now the plan for September would be just the one cruise ship and potentially not expanding till 2 until October. Again, all of those would be subject to them getting federal approval from their regulators, but at a minimum we wouldn't have any cruise ship revenues for the first 2 months, 2.5 months or so. Just to show that it wasn't just the general fund and the harbor fund that were impacted, these furloughs also impacted our internal service funds. So admin and finance and the garage had 13.9 full-time equivalents in this year's budget. Some of the challenges looking at the contract services is we have in some ways less direct control. So for example, our auditing services are included in there, and I anticipate next year we will still have an audit, and while we will do our best to get that number as low as possible, certain of the costs we won't have complete control over. Other things in the contract services include our IT services currently provided to the city, as well as a significant portion of our legal costs are paid out of the general administration fund. Our general liability insurance is towards the bottom middle, that $450,000, and that's just an estimate of what next year's general liability costs will be, but my assumption it'll be similar to what the prior year's was. And the $140,000 represents legal fees for current litigations that the city is dealing with. So again, the next slide is to show that we went from 13.9 in internal service FTEs to 7.6, and that we've reduced the costs of our internal service funds by approximately not quite a third. But again, that's with the restriction that the insurance fund, we really don't have a ton of control over reductions there. And again, when I'm making these, they're general estimates. Generally, what I would do is I'd look to see whether the extent of control we'd have over the cost. So if something was a rent, I would assume we really couldn't reduce it, or a utility. But if it was an operating account that we have more control over, I kind of went with the assumption of, say, a 50% cut. So that's not to say there couldn't be some savings there, but again, as you can see, a lot of our costs are tied to salaries and benefits. So again, just kind of to summarize and to show the scale, the chart on the left is a breakdown of staffing based on full-time equivalents. While our current year budget had, I believe, 83.7 full-time equivalents, just looking at the 3 funds we're talking about, the full-time equivalent in the budget was approximately 75 FTEs. And with the cuts we've made, we've reduced that to approximately 42. So similar to what you've heard from department heads, we've already reduced our staffing by about 40%. As you can see on the right, this is for the general fund and the harbor fund. The chart, or the column on the left on the right chart, shows our operating budget in the current year for the general fund and the harbor. The column in the middle represents the level of cuts we've made if they were to be annualized for the next year. And the column to the right represents where they would need to be if we were operating under the assumption that visitor revenues were 30% of normal for the next fiscal year. So as you can see, we have made significant cuts, but unfortunately they aren't enough to offset our current assumptions with regards to visitor revenues next year. So again, this is a look at our fund balance. Again, my plan is in the next council meeting, once I have a time to finish the April bank recs, to provide a little more detail to this. This is kind of a rough estimate of where our fund balance for the 2 funds look like through the month of September. As you can see, if we continue to operate at our current levels, even with limited revenues coming in the summer, we are not operating in a way to where we could continue to operate indefinitely. So our goal needs to be to ensure that we are able to operate indefinitely.
And the way that thing is going, when you only get down to July, August, and September, there's only 1 blue because the harbor's out of money?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
So just a few other considerations that didn't make it into the slide, but just to show what, not only does this impact city staff, but there are going to be other impacts felt community-wide. The city's commuter subsidy program is funded by LA County Metro tax dollars, and it's distributed from a discretionary fund, which means every year we have to apply to the county to receive those funds, and they can decide based on the applicants they get who receives what. The expectations are that there will be a significant impact on sales tax revenues in the coming year. And there's no guarantee that we will receive that funding, or at least at the levels we historically have. So that's something we will need to, one, continue to advocate for, to make sure that the county recognizes its importance to our community, but also when we're coming up with our budget next year, to make sure that we are creating a program that we can support and sustain. And if that requires changes to the program, we'll have to make those discussions then. The other thing just to keep in mind is the city, as far as our debt, we relatively don't have a lot of debt out there, but what we do have is an unfunded pension liability. And a lot of cities in California have this, and it really was not created, but at the last Great Recession of 08-09 is when you saw this grow considerably in cities. So we're not unique in this category, but the reason I bring this up is it doesn't impact us in the short term, but if the market continues to underperform, what we can anticipate to see would be 6-figure increases in future year unfunded liability payments. Again, so we could be in a situation where visitorship has returned to normal on the island, but that doesn't mean the city will be able to return its operations to normal at the same time, because we may have these additional costs and they may be significant. The last thing, just to leave in closing before any questions, is the city is exploring all funding options, including debt financing, but we need to be very careful. if we were looking to borrow in this situation. And the reason I say that is we really need to consider the terms of repayment to make sure we're not going to just be pushing this problem down the road. And that if the terms weren't very favorable for the city, likely all it would do was mean that even after the islands recovered economically, the city would still be paying for the current operations. So,
Matt, I have a question for you.
yes.
For the life of me, I cannot figure out why there has not been any funding from the government for cities, even small cities such as ours. But, I mean, we're talking about public safety, we're talking about people still being able to essentially walk around, but yet we don't have staff in place to maintain, safe city areas. Have you heard of any discussion about PPP for cities or any other funding that we could help keep staff on?
I mean, we are looking into options. There are programs out there that we are looking into. The PPP, as far as I understand, isn't available to municipalities. They are currently, right now, my understanding in Congress, they are looking at a Phase 4 funding, which, working with Townsend, we have been advocating for, and not only for that Phase 4 funding, but to make sure that tourism and other industries particularly impacted by this are going to be getting that additional consideration. The challenge with a lot of the current funding that's available for cities, it's really on a reimbursement basis, and it's very specific to response for COVID. And so, we, in the one sense, we have been fortunate on the island that we haven't had to take a lot of actions at the city directly in response to COVID. But the one drawback is a lot of the funding that currently is out there is really tied to those COVID-related expenditures. Again, we are also, in addition to just advocating for the aid, it's particularly important for us that, as important as the census is, if the aid were to be allocated purely based on population, it's my assumption that it would not be near to the levels needed to address the type of funding shortfalls we're looking at. So in addition to advocating for aid and advocating for special consideration for tourism, we're also going to need to advocate that however that aid is distributed, it takes unique situations like us into consideration, whether that's using sales tax or some other metric as a way to divide the aid. We are in communication with our representatives and working with Townsend to make sure not only we get the aid, but we get the aid to a level reflective of the impact that COVID and the restrictions on travel have had for our city budget.
And I can provide just a brief update on what we got information-wise from Townsend, if that helps, just to talk about what types of assistance is what they're looking at. And so what they're like Matt said, right now the Democrats are proposing is using a CDBG formula to determine what the direct allocation of funding to cities and counties could be under a Phase 4 package. That's great to some extent, but not great in other extents. Unfortunately, what they're looking at right now, and again, this is all in negotiation, none of this is codified nor agreed upon. But right now, they're looking at a 70% of the total funding for cities to be awarded based on populations of 50,000 or more using the CDBG formula. The remaining 30% of the funding would be awarded to cities under 50,000 based on population. So the funding would be allocated to the city and would not filter through the county. Unfortunately, if you looked at how we get the amount of CDBG funds that we currently get, kind of gives you an idea on how much we'd actually get, which is not nearly enough to recover the amount of lost revenue. Townsend is acutely aware of this, and so they've been working on a tourism reimbursement or some sort of tourism allocation of some sort to be provided to communities like Avalon that are heavily impacted by tourism. So they're having those conversations. They're actively advocating for those with us, and we are working with them very closely to provide whatever assistance they need in order to better tell our story, whether that is information on what our financial picture is, what the amount of revenue that has lost is, how we can combine our efforts, advocacy efforts, with other tourism-based economies to grow our voice and really rely on those lobbying efforts in order to address that. What we don't want is, we know and they know that CDBG type allocations is not the full answer. It's a partial answer, but we're not going to be able to address this budget shortfall with that. And so we continue to write letters of support and to do everything that we can, not just with Townsend, but through every single avenue that's available to our disposal in order to address that. And so we'll continue to keep council abreast on what those efforts are and if there's any new developments that come out of that.
Thank you.
And again, the only thing I can say is the situation changes daily. We get more information. In some ways it's helpful, in some ways it creates more questions. But I think what's clear is that the current level of cuts, while significant, would not be at a level to where we could operate within our revenues. Even if we were looking at 50% revenue impact to visitor-driven revenue that the state is currently estimating.
So what are you asking of us? We're supposed to sit here and talk about additional cuts or things to look into? What do you want us to do?
No, I'm not asking for any direction from you this evening, Mayor, but you can see our future, that there will be layoffs instead of furloughs. There will be further reducing contracts, and projects just are not going to go forward, and we'll just keep updating you on the cuts we've done.
Is there, I know it's personnel issues, but is that any kind of a discussion that we could have on where to look? Or,
I'm not sure I understand your question.
well, let's say I wanted to say, and I wouldn't ever say this, let's just get rid of community services because that's $1.6 million. I mean, aren't those policy decisions that we would have to make?
Absolutely, Mayor.
Okay.
If we were to get rid of a department, that would not be just me making that decision or staff. No. Those would be coming before the city council. Anything major like that, absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering at what point we get our 2 cents in it instead of just hearing it after the fact, I guess.
Okay, I can come forward with you for ideas that I would do with services. I would never get into employees unless it was just a generality of
Like
that we were going to...
Service levels, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well...
And I apologize, Mayor, if you think that I should have come to you prior to making those decisions, but they were coming fast and furious and we wanted to make immediate reductions.
Not at all. I'm perfectly fine with that. But as we start inching into now we're talking about just a little bit of meat on those chicken bones and, you know.
I think, Annie, if maybe I can help, I think in some of the offline discussions that we're having, there's, when we're about to have it online as far as, opening and whatnot, that, this is not just going to go away in a month. And our financial hardship is not going to go away in a month either. So I think for some of us, we're wanting to participate in looking at how can things be done differently in the city going forward? This is just kind of an opportunity to say, is this, even though this is the direction, the trajectory that the city has had, do we still want to go that direction with a barrage of different things? Or do we want to look at, other options that
this is like your first step of seeing just how drastic it is, and I'm hoping that the public really sees it and our employees see that it's drastic measures that are coming forward. And that will definitely be with the city council, and not being defensive at all in any way, Mayor, is that our emergency resolution that you guys adopted did give me that power to make decisions, and then I always came back to you at our council meeting to say the things that we had done. But most definitely, if any departments were to be eliminated.
And that was a drastic way I said that one.
No, but it's a very good example.
Okay. Well, like I said,
Not necessarily you did.
I mean, like I said to you the other day, I don't know, since you know how they're talking about if you can't pay your, let's say you have a home mortgage and you can't pay it, they're saying one of the things they could possibly do is you just extend it on the other end, you know? And I don't know where that's really going in the real world, but I guess I'm saying let's not pay the sheriff contract or the other one just to wake them up, number one. And number two, we don't have money. And number three, if we didn't have the money to pay the sheriff's contract, what would happen? I mean, how do we know that scenario? Do they have to?
Well,
they
there's
have to protect
breaches
us.
in the contract. I mean, I don't think that we want to just not pay the contract, but I think the negotiation should be that we are at XYZ percentage and that we would like to make a partial payment that we could do now and still stay solvent and tack the rest of it back onto sort of a loan that we have with the county that we could pay over time.
Exactly.
I mean, but I think not paying is not the solution. That's the same as the exact same conversation of tenants saying, don't pay your rent, when in fact,
Then we just send them a little bit then. We just send them a little bit. I just want the discussions to happen, and I know everybody's busy over there, but I don't think
We did get a response from them in the sense that they were acknowledging receiving it,
Right.
and they were kicking it up the chain to.
Yeah, okay. And I guess it takes a long time, but we don't have a long time. That's all. I think we're probably more desperate than a lot of cities in Los Angeles County. I could bet we are in probably the worst shape of any city in LA County. So, and especially with what you all have done, which is amazing to cut. But, any comments, Council?
I'm just wondering if in the next discussion, we can also look at what the city's current assets are, to see if it makes sense, short-term and long-term, to potentially look at selling some of those assets off if we need to. If the trade-off in the income now and the property tax later would be beneficial enough to make sense of losing the lease income currently, that might be something that makes sense for us.
Yeah, that's one of the things to be discussed at our meeting on Thursday as well.
So having a full list of those to be able to review, and if it's already in this book and I'm just missing it, if we can.
I'm not sure which.
In the budget book that you gave me before,
It wouldn't be in there, but we can put something together.
Okay, if we could see that would be fantastic to see. I don't want to sell up the whole city, but it may make sense to have some items available to use as asset to be able to do that. So that's a potential area. There's a number of other things that we discussed on Thursday that I know we'll discuss and bring back ideas to the council to discuss. So we'll bring those with us too for next week, I'm assuming. But yeah, thank you very much for doing this, for doing it on limited time. And every entity that I've spoken to has had nothing but compliments for city staff and city management specifically. And knowing that you have taken care of making a substantial amount of cuts and are dealing with the impacts of that can't go unstated how appreciated it is. I know that we're a ways from being able to keep this going, but I'm hoping that we can all find a way to do that will eventually benefit everybody.
Okay. Michael, any comments come in?
There are. So the first comment we've received is from Paula Patterson. She says, I think I share the concerns of many residents regarding how we will open for business in Avalon we so desperately need. I am interested to hear how this will be accomplished, as I know the city and business owners are discussing and planning how to make this happen, following the guidelines set by state and county. I guess maybe I'll save this one because I think this one is more for the presentation after Matt. Leslie Warner writes, thank you for the opportunity to ask questions, and I realize some of them may be answered in your presentation. Regarding 5A, has the city gone through all expenses to slash unnecessary spending now and in the future?
I mean, we are looking at everything, and kind of the instructions to department heads has been, if this expenditure isn't directly supporting public health and safety, is it something we need at this time? Again, there is a lag, so if you're going through the warrant list, we did have commitments we made before the pandemic, and we are still committed as a finance department to meet those obligations that we had already made. But our guidance to department heads has been that with regard to if it's not related to public health and safety. From an internal control process, we have changed the way we purchase certain items to where additional levels of approval are required before certain things can get purchased. So while we are making every effort to make sure everything that can be cut is cut, it is an evolving process, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that we are wise with every penny we have.
Good answer.
The next question comes from Janice Hall. She writes, in the interest of finding necessary funds for the city, has anything become of the golf cart rentals and admission tax audit?
We already answered that.
Again, we did get draft findings. I will be reviewing them, and I can also reach out to Davis Farr. I don't recall which businesses they've provided me the findings for. I believe we got them the week this all started. But I will be looking into that. Again, while every dollar helps, and I do thank our business community for faithfully paying and reporting taxes. While every dollar helps, we're talking a significant scale here.
The next question comes from Kathleen Hill Carlisle. She writes, thank you, Matt Baker, for the thorough explanation. Can Matt's charts be made available on a separate direct link, please? My internet keeps blurring the charts, and I would like to see them again without having to find them in the video. Thank you.
We'll definitely post this on the city website tomorrow.
And then the last comment that I have in here regarding Matt's presentation is from Paula Patterson, and I'll read it in stages because there's a lot of questions in here. She writes, this is a stream of consciousness thinking for cutting expenditures and sourcing revenue. Can we entertain food trucks for the casino dock? Can they source the kitchen at Machado Field?
Again, that would, I think, come to council, but if council were to direct us that way, that could be a potential revenue source, sure.
Couple mil at least.
She also writes, was the property on East Whitley sold? If not, can we sell it?
So that's actually something a couple people have brought up, and how the fund works is that property is actually purchased using housing funds. And so even if we were to sell that property, the proceeds we were to get from that property could only be spent for other low mod income housing expenditures. And so while there are city assets that we can look at, that one, there would be restrictions to how that money could be spent, and I guess that it wouldn't necessarily help us right now in the situation we're in.
The next part of this is, would it be viable to discontinue Garibaldi service for the time being? Would it save, or do we already have that funding?
So that funding is largely paid for by a local return fund. So as part of the 10% sales tax everyone pays, A percentage of that goes to County Metro. County Metro then takes that funds and divides it up amongst the various transit agencies. So while the vast majority of the costs associated with the transit program are paid for by those county sales tax dollars, depending on what happens with county sales tax revenue in general, that is a service we potentially may need to look at as far as can it operate and pay for itself with if there were to be reduced county sales tax dollars coming in. There are restrictions on how that money can be used. That's not to say we couldn't use it to potentially fund other transit-related projects, but there are restrictions on how that money can be spent.
And then lastly, she writes, does it save any money for the city? I don't think so, to limit residential trash pickup to once a week. Feel your pain, Paula Patterson.
Again, the sewer, saltwater, solid waste funds are, somewhat separate from kind of the financial challenge we're facing. While they have their own challenges in and of themselves, they are primarily paid for by our residents and business community through direct assessments through the property tax process. So while we will, even with those funds, need to look at to make sure that there, isn't unnecessary spend, savings there, the money we bring in must be spent for those purposes. So any savings in solid waste we could put towards other solid waste initiatives. We have a landfill closure liability that we fund every year, and so potentially savings there could be used elsewhere within the land or within the solid waste fund. But again, they wouldn't necessarily be available for us for any harbor or general fund shortfalls.
And just as a reminder, and Matt could talk more about it, we had gone to council and we went out to that RFP and you approved it. It was for our rate analysis on our sewer, salt, trash, grease, etc. And they were just coming back and they were going to report to us, and definitely the recommendation was going to be to increase those rates, and we did not think the timing was good to even have you even consider it. So Matt has put them on hold. Do you want to give more details on that?
So we were going to be presenting to the council in April the results of that cost of service study. So that was looking at the current rates in the sewer, saltwater, and solid waste funds to see if they were sufficient to account for the increased contract costs and other costs that weren't contemplated in the last cost of service study. Fortunately, HDR has been a good partner with us on this, and we've kind of put the brakes on the study as there's a lot of things changing as far as the financial situation. Some of the cuts that we're making are also benefiting the sewer, saltwater, and solid waste funds. So the reductions we made to finance, while they're primarily benefiting the general fund and the harbor fund, as they are the largest two funds, the sewer fund, saltwater fund, solid waste fund are going to get some of those benefits from those cuts as well. So considering all that, in discussion with the consultant, we thought it made sense to see kind of what the city finances look like going into this next budget, and then presenting in the fall a revised cost of service study with the kind of the new assumptions baked into their models. Fortunately, from a cost standpoint, we're well within our budget, and so there shouldn't be any additional cost to what we had already started working with them on. We were able to kind of pump the brakes early enough, and so they've been a good partner with us in there. And so likely in September we will be coming back with an update with options as far as rates in those funds. But considering everything that's changing does indirectly impact those funds as well, we didn't think now was the right time to come forward with those changes.
And as a reminder, you would hear the term Prop 218, and there is a cycle of it, and when we have to report to LA County in order, there was a deadline of August, say 13th, that information has to get to the county by then for them to put it on the tax rolls. So even when we come to you in the fall, we can increase it, but it's not going to go on the tax rolls till the following year.
I guess that being said, we did in 2017 pass a 5-year rate study plan that did have, I believe, approximately 3% increases scheduled. Again, we haven't developed the staff report, but it likely will be my recommendation, at least to Denise, that we continue with those scheduled. Again, I believe they were 3.5% increases to those funds. But we will be bringing that forward to council likely sometime in early June for your consideration. And that would again be just adopting the prior cost of service study and the increases that were included in that study.
And so you have like a cost study, you said that's something that we really have to do, we have to budget that for next year?
For salaries? It was in the MOUs, yes, Mayor, and when we did just feelers to see how much they were going to be, it was astronomical. Our cheapest one was $85,000, and so we had put it on hold for a few months, and then this hit.
So you can take that away, you can cut that, even though it's in the MOUs, you're able to get around that and cut it out?
Yes, I have a list of things to talk to the associations about, and that's one of them.
Well, this is very thorough.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Michael?
Thank you, Matt.
No, ma'am.
Do you want to take a quick break before
We'll take a
Michael
5
gives his
minute break.
10 minutes,
presentation?
we said 10 minutes, didn't we? So people could,
I say 5.
oh, we were supposed to have the 10-minute break right after he made the presentation.
We're going to have,
We got the question.
But we got him anyway. So
I
just-
say 5 minutes.
Okay.
Stretch your legs, please.
Anybody want to say that? Is that correct? Now we're back. No, back.
Hello?
Yeah, we're back. Yes. Okay. Michael Palmer.
So good evening, Mayor, members of council, and the public. Today, we're going to talk about a brief update from city staff regarding the current status of the coronavirus in Avalon and the city's response. And then we're going to start to talk about, or start to lay the framework for a potential strategy for our community to move forward in the coming weeks and months. We're not going to answer, just to caveat this, we're not going to answer every single question. Really what we want to do is give everybody a comprehensive overview of kind of what has transpired, where we're headed, what do we know? There's some things that we are starting to see and we're starting to glean, and then there's other things that we, unfortunately, we just don't know and we don't have the answers. That doesn't mean that we can't start the discussion or, in some cases, continue the discussion for what a reopening will look like. And so that's what we want to talk about. We want to start to give everybody an update on kind of what some of those discussions have happened with staff, with our city council members, with our community leaders and the general public, and then really lay out a comprehensive framework for how we can continue to have those discussions ongoing. This movement or this situation, as we keep hearing, is very in flux. It moves, it changes almost hour by hour sometimes. Some days it seems like there's no news, and then other times there's a flurry of news. And so I know everybody is kind of anxious, and this is a very hot topic, but I do want to make sure that, you know, what we're doing is thoughtful, that we are deliberate, we're methodical, that we're trying to take in all of the information, and that we're doing what's best for the community, for the public's health and safety, and also for our economy. We will make this entire presentation available on the city's website under the City Council agenda, but also on under the COVID-19 webpage as well. So anybody who wants to access it, because I know that sometimes technology is great when it works, and when it doesn't, it's really hard to follow along for some people. So I do want to start this with a kind of hard to read timeline. I will say, you know, like every other community, the city's been dealing with the coronavirus threat for the past several weeks. Actually, it's been quite some time. City staff continues to work hard, and we are going to continue to work hard, along with City Council and so many other community leaders, to keep our residents safe and health. We're going to continue to coordinate regularly with our public health officials, other governmental agencies, community leaders, and stakeholders. So this timeline, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I do want to just highlight a couple milestones, because I think it really kind of helps sets the stage for where we're at. So way back in January, and this timeline is not to scale, back in January 25th, this was really the first case of coronavirus in California, and it was found in Orange County, and this was also, it happened to be the third case in the nation. By January 30th, the World Health Organization, or the WHO, declared a global health emergency. Fast forward to February 26th. This is when we received our first community transmission case in the U.S., and it was reported in Solano County. By March 4th, Governor Newsom declared a statewide emergency, and L.A. County declared a local emergency. By March 11th, World Health Organization declared coronavirus a pandemic, and this is when we first started to see some pretty significant policies happen. Newsom banned gatherings of 250 or more at that time. By March 16th, Newsom had requested restaurants to provide to-go orders. He also banned gyms, health clubs, and movie theaters. And then the very next day, on March 17th, that's when the City Council of Avalon declared a local emergency. 2 days later, on March 19th, the statewide shelter-in-place was issued, as well as the Safer at Home order was issued by the LA County Public Health Officer. By March 22nd, the president declared a major disaster in California at Newsom's request, and by April 14th, This is when we first started to see a little crack in what a reopening could look like, and that's when Governor Newsom released his 6-point framework for reopening California. This slide really is here because I want to just remind everybody, because I know, sometimes this is kind of confusing. It's confusing for city staff sometimes, and we deal with civic governance day in and day out. But there are so many nuances to what's happening, and I just want to remind people that the state, via broad police powers granted to the governor, as well as the county via the public health officer, they have the power to quarantine. Typically, counties deliver services that are mandated by the state and federal governments, and they do things like, manage health, welfare, criminal justice, elections, recording of documents. They do things like weights and measurements. But they generally lack broad powers of self-government, which is more of like the broad revenue-generating authority. Cities do have the police powers to regulate health, safety, convenience, and general prosperity, and the ability to tax and set fees and assessments. As we're going to see, because this has been a big public health issue, the state has gone through and they have kind of set these broad restrictions. Typically, the county, because the county is where the public health resides, and this is true in almost every single instance in California. So typically, public health is administered at the county level, and they cover all cities and unincorporated areas of the county, with the exception of 3 different cities in the entire state. County does not have any impact on the cities of Long Beach, the city of Pasadena, and the city of Berkeley. Each one of those cities, Long Beach, Pasadena, and Berkeley, they all have their own public health department. So when the states go ahead and they issue these broad quarantine orders, the county can either meet them or they can become more restrictive, but they can't reverse some of the restrictions that the state has. And then the city would follow along the same line with the county. And the city really is there to help implement and interpret the orders, and in certain circumstances they can provide a more restrictive measure than the state and the county by way of council action. But primarily they're kind of the enforcement arm, and they help to ensure that there's compliance with those public health orders. So we say that because we're going to be talking about what's happening both at the state level and at the county level. And while the state is talking about lifting some of these or easing some of these restrictions, unless the county eases those along the same timeline, the city is going to continue to default and abide by the county restrictions. So a good example is the recent announcement, and I know this has become a topic of conversation, but one of the things that the governor had talked about was opening up some of the trails and opening up some of the public spaces. And that's great, but LA County currently has a more restrictive measure in place. So the governor can open those up statewide, but until the county opens those up for LA cities and unincorporated areas of LA County, we would continue to follow there. And I'll kind of go in to show a little bit more about timeframes for orders and emergency declarations. So this is kind of just a slide that talks about the city's emergency declaration does not have an expiration. It's canceled when council wants to bring that back and say, you know what, the emergency is over, we're no longer in a state of emergency, and then they can cancel that. The state's emergency declaration also does not have an expiration, and neither does the stay-at-home order. However, they've talked about, as we continue to move forward in the weeks and the months to come, that there are certain things that we can do in order to ease some of those restrictions, but they have not canceled those restrictions, and we'll kind of talk about what that game plan is, at least at the state level, and kind of how the city can follow. And then the LA County Safer at Home order, that one actually does have an expiration. Originally, that was set to expire on April 19th, but at a subsequent meeting, I believe it was on the April 10th, they went ahead and they extended out the Safer at Home order up until May 15th. So the county could, at any time, they could remove that deadline, they could keep that deadline, or they could extend certain provisions of that deadline, or they could extend the entire deadline further out. So that's great for some things, but it's horrible for planning because there's so many things in flux here, and there's a lot of unknowns. And so, what we've been trying to do is really be diligent and glean some of the information. We'd like to share some of that. So, as many people might have heard, the governor has really shared, and we heard earlier from Dr. Amy Warren. She talked about, what does that roadmap look like in terms of California as a state? And the governor has said in order for him to start looking at easing some of these restrictions and easing some of these measures that are in place at the order, what he's going to do is he's going to base his information on science and data, and him and his team have developed essentially 6 indicators for modifying this stay-at-home order. So this includes the ability to test, to contract, trace, to isolate, and to support the exposed, the ability to protect those at high risk, to develop the capacity at our hospitals and our healthcare systems to handle surges if and when they come, to make sure that we've got therapeutics that are developed in order to meet the demand, the ability of businesses and schools and child care facilities to support physical distancing, and to make a determination of when to reinstitute measures such as the stay-at-home. So the ability essentially to either pump the brakes on or take your foot off the accelerator, whatever analogy you want to use, how do we push back or push forward, and how do we pull back when we need to? That said, they have identified from the state's perspective, when we look at the broadest measure, we've looked at 4 different stages. Stage 1 is really about safety and preparation. So it's making sure that our essential workforce and environment is as safe as possible. So doing all the prep work prior to. Stage 2 is really looking at what part of our workforce could be considered low risk, and how do we start to ease into a transition that would allow many of them to return to work either at full capacity or at some limited capacity. And then stage 3 is, okay, now that we've got all of this safety and preparation in place, and now that we have some of our low risk workplaces back in some semblance of working, what can we do about our high risk? And a lot of the high risk categories are those that have a lot of unavoidable high contact prolonged exposure. So, going to the hair salon and having someone cut your hair or do your nails or get a tattoo, or there's a lot of other examples out there. But that's something that typically you're there for longer than 15 minutes, and you're there, and the ability to not come into contact in some form or function may not be avoidable. And then stage 4 is basically we finally push through. We're at the point where we can really lift at full throttle the stay-at-home order, and we can really return back to a semblance of a normalcy there. So where are we at? We're in stage 1. However, there's some caveats to that because we are getting ready, at least from a state's perspective, to move into this stage 2. And it's not going to be we're moving in there, we're jumping off the deep end of the pool feet first, and we're going to be in the middle of stage 2 already making preparations for stage 3. He's really talking about, the governor is really talking about this gradual move, looking at some of the stuff that we can move into, put protections in place, see how it goes, and then continue to ease into the rest of that stage 2, the low-risk workforce. So when we talk about what this stage 2 low-risk workplaces mean, we're talking about what can we do with adaptations to provide some of our workforce to come back. And when we don't have all of, this is not an exhaustive list. The only information we have at this point in time is looking at things like retail, looking at some manufacturing, some offices, and opening up more public spaces. Again, if any of these are more restrictive in the county, we're going to continue to abide by that county order. So while some counties might be a little bit further ahead and might not have that many protections in place, they might be moving a little bit faster, maybe in some rural counties up in Northern California, and maybe slower, especially in LA, where we have a lot more documented cases, and we want to continue to do our due diligence in order to protect the health and safety of people. And it really, this is all caveated around making sure that we've got the ability to put those protections in place.
And really, hotels would be in that, in stage 2?
So, yeah, that's a really great question. Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but the assumption is if you're already an essential business, you're already included as part of that phase 2 workforce. So any of our construction, our hotels would be in this phase 2. Now, how that gets phased in, how that rolls out, that's a discussion that we need to have within our community. It's also a discussion what we need to have with LA County, because this is, at least the hotel standpoint, this is one example where the city has more restrictive measures in place because there's a moratorium on how hotels can operate and other transient occupancies can operate at least through May 31st. So if the state opens it up and the county opens it up, but we still have our emergency ordinance in place, we're going to continue to be a little bit more limited in that.
Can you just clarify that, though? Because hotels can be open right now in order to house essential workers. So is that what you're talking about in phase 2, or are you saying hotels fall into phase 2 for visitors coming to the island?
I'm saying, so right now, and that's a good question too. So right now, how hotels can operate, either with the moratorium that we have in place through the emergency ordinance, or outside of that emergency ordinance, they can continue to operate under the same existing guidelines. The only issue is, until we get to phase 4, it is our understanding that there's still a ban on non-essential travel. So while some things might start opening up, like beaches or trails or some of these others in a phase 2 approach, what we should not be doing is really trying to actively encourage people to come over from Connecticut or Arizona or Ventura, jump on the ferry, come over here on Catalina Express, and then immediately stay in a hotel or walk along our beaches. We can't prevent them, but the message really is, please remember that the stay-at-home, or the non-essential travel order is in effect and will continue to remain in effect until the safer-at-home order has been completely lifted, which does not happen until phase 4.
Oh.
That's a huge clarification, though, for the community, because the thought is that we're going to be able to start opening up for visitors as early as June 1st. So I think it'll be interesting to see what we hear from the county and from the governor this week.
I think it's also a conversation that we need to have here as well. How realistic is it in order for us to prevent people from coming over here, the same as how realistic is it for us to prevent people from leaving here to go and travel into other parts of the mainland also. So I do think that nothing is going to be completely clear. We're going to have to kind of muddle our way through that. I think what's important is, and we'll talk a little bit about strategy, is as we start lifting these restrictions, it's really going to become incumbent on the businesses to adopt some really strict safeguards that are going to protect not just themselves and their employees, but their customers also. And my guess is those businesses that put the safety of their customers at first will be rewarded by people continuing to patronize their building or their business, and those businesses that decide to abandon or disregard any safety measures that they could put in place, people aren't going to want to go and visit there because, you know, there's going to be a risk of maybe higher exposure.
So let me just ask if it's in this study and this presentation about who then approves everybody's plans?
I'm sorry.
So who approves everybody's plans? Let's say
So I haven't gotten to that. If you bear with me, yeah, I'll start talking about that.
Okay.
I just want to say one thing. It's very important to note that Michael's giving you the interpretation of the way the orders are written now.
Yeah.
And so he's guessing that, we are all guessing that, and as we move through each stage, that safer at home thing's still going to be there and only for essential. It could get to stage 2 and they're going to lift certain things. So he's just giving you our projection of what we think is it's written right now.
Yeah, no, and it's good.
Fair.
Now, this is Scott. I would note that on Thursday, the governor authorized the state health officer to issue an order, which is going to be probably moving us into phase 2. And so when we see that order, that may change the entire world and the analysis. So we really need to look at that order and the fine language in that order.
Thank you, Scott. And you're jumping ahead, too.
Is that the order that's supposed to be out Thursday or Friday that he's mentioning?
I'll talk about that in literally 2 slides. So just moving forward, when we're talking about, when we're talking about what this includes, all we've been given so far from the press conferences and from the governor's website is really looking at, like I said, expanding retail and with curbside pickup and associated manufacturing and supply chains. Some of the examples that he's given in terms of what retail could look like is bookstores, clothing stores, florists, and sporting goods. Obviously, that is not an exhaustive list, so there is likely more to come. Here is where, we're talking about, or the governor has said, the state is getting ready to move into stage 2 or some portion of stage 2 beginning as early as Friday, this Friday, May 8th. He has, like I've mentioned, he has said that this is going to be gradual and it will only include certain industries. Like Scott Campbell had just mentioned, he said that they are going to be looking at releasing an order on Thursday. This is also when we're anticipating having some guidelines that are going to be released also for different sectors on Thursday as well. And so, we're a little bit premature in coming to council now to have those those discussions. But part of this has been, chicken and the egg, how much can you try and anticipate before you have to hurry up and wait. And so we're trying to arm ourselves with as much information about what we know and then look and make a really educated guess on what are we expecting to see come down, knowing as we've continued to follow these conferences and these press briefings and all of these other sectors. What are we doing? The other thing that is a part of that moving piece is Los Angeles County is starting to work on developing some broad sector work groups to discuss about what a regional approach may look like, and this would also include some geographical considerations in there as well. So as we hold these discussions internally, we'll also need to make sure that we continue to talk about some of those things that make Avalon's geography and some of the nuances of Avalon unique. How do we communicate that back out to the county so that we're not trying to play catch up or we're getting a flood of people who are trying to jump onto the Catalina Express? And so we want to make sure that we hold those discussions here and that we communicate some of those. And one example that I'll give you is, and we'll go through a little bit later in this presentation, but when he talks about retail and curbside pickup doesn't really work here. Most of our retail is not really necessarily located in an area that's easily accessible by a vehicle. And so maybe what works better for us is to do what I know Chet's Hardware is doing, is really, limiting access. So making sure people are waiting outside of the store or at the bank, waiting outside of the store, appropriately distanced. When they look at their capacity, if let's say their total capacity is 20, they think, okay, well, what does 25% capacity look like? We are only going to let 25% of the total capacity into the store at any one time, and in order for more people to come in, people have to leave. And so they really control who is allowed into those stores and who's not allowed into those stores. So that's what that's what we're thinking in terms of, what are some of those characteristics, or what are some of those things that might work better in Avalon but not necessarily work as effectively in other communities, and how do things that they're thinking of that work great or are more applied in other communities, how does it either not apply, or how can we modify those to make it work in our community? And so those are the discussions that we need to have, and we need to continue to have, and some of them are happening. The governor also talked about this regional variation. So regions with stricter policies in place can continue to remain in place. The governor said that, what he's not going to do is start to ease these restrictions and then make it mandatory for every single county to follow suit. He's saying, I'm going to start to present a plan to ease these, and if it makes sense in your county, great, and if it doesn't and you need to have some of these measures continue to remain in place, that's okay. Any region, though, that wants to move forward will need to self-certify that the region meets the state's readiness criteria, which, again, will be released on Thursday, and that a readiness plan will need to be created. It'll need to be made publicly available, and if you're a city, it needs to be approved by the county board of supervisors and the county health officer. Again, there's only 3 cities that would not necessarily apply to, because there's 3 cities in the entire state of California that have their own public health department. Everybody else kind of looks to the county for that approval and for that guidance. The caveat, though, is if you're ambitious and you want to move forward too fast and you want to be exempted from that because you feel that you're ready and you've done everything possible in order to move forward a little bit faster, if you're not abiding by your readiness plan, the state does have the ability to come in and require compliance or make it mandatory to scale back to a more appropriate level. And so that is an inherent danger. I know Matt has talked a lot about, if we're not looking at this appropriately, if we're too ambitious, if we're trying to open too fast and an outbreak happens and we need to scale back, that could actually be more detrimental to our economy because it sets us back by a minimum of 2 weeks, if not more, in order for us to finally recover, reinstitute some of those measures in place, and then again go back with a phased rollout. So we really need to be very thoughtful and very methodical. And so, the city will continue to monitor the information from both the governor as well as LA County. We will continue to have those discussions wherever we can. And we need to communicate the fact that we need to be flexible so that we can adjust these restrictions as the city deems best based on the local conditions and the unique geography of Avalon. So really, what does this mean for moving forward? Matt presented a full harbor. I'm going to present an empty harbor right now as we slowly move in, because this is kind of where we're at now. We want to get to the full harbor.
And in black and white, it looks like it's just a major fire.
So in terms of next steps, and I just want to kind of give an overview of what city staff is doing to help lead some of these conversations and discussions, because it really, this process is city-led and industry-implemented. We can help provide some of the parameters and the guidelines and the abilities, and it really is going to be up in some part to the sectors and businesses to know how to implement it
to best fit their needs. We're not in the business to telling people how to run their own business. I think businesses already do that very well, but we need to work together and we need to work collaboratively to identify some best practices for how we can collectively move forward. And some fundamental considerations that we need to start thinking about are things that, adjustments really should be gradual, that they should be incremental, they should be thoughtful, and they should be safe. These adjustments should be a balance of all aspects of the issue and all community concerns, including medical, scientific, economic, financial, social, and political concerns. We need to research, and we are researching. The city has a lot of research already done. We're compiling it. We're going to make that available. A lot of it is already available on the city's website, and we will continue to work with the chamber to make it available to as broad of the population as possible. But, we're looking at what is some best practices and what models are already out there and what research is already out there, both from the state, the government, and other counties and other private institutions. So from the U.S. federal government, the president released the guidelines for opening up America again, and they've got, some phased approaches. We might not necessarily want to go as fast as other parts of the country. The state of California also has 2 documents there. They have the California's roadmap to modify the stay-at-home order, and then there's the update on the pandemic roadmap. Some of that is a little vague right now, but it's going to get more fleshed out, more into the weeks and months as we come. And then for other counties, we can start to look at what other counties are doing. San Luis Obispo County has already taken the steps to develop steps to adapt and reopen together, or their START guide. It is more of a framework, so it doesn't tell every single nuance on every single thing that businesses and the community needs to do in order to reopen. But they're doing what LA County is in the process of getting ready to do. It's just they're a smaller county. We're a much larger county with some very, very unique geographical considerations that we need to think about. And then there's some other publications. I know a lot of people are starting to become very familiar with a publication that the Harvard School of Ethics came out with. They had a really neat video, but they have a whole comprehensive guide for how they're envisioning this to roll out. Some things might be a little overly ambitious, so we'll need to gauge those. And there's a lot of other industry-specific guides that some industries are being more proactive about. The Restaurant Association of America has put out a very comprehensive book on how restaurants could start to reopen and what they need to start to think about. So we want to grab some of that. We also want to host and continue the discussions that are already going in different venues. There's a lot of groups that are meeting. Some are city-led, some are business to business. Others are community members. I know a lot of community members have already started reaching out to council. So we want to have those discussions out. We want to know from the broad sectors and industries in Avalon and develop questions to address some sector-specific needs. Not all of these are going to apply. Some things that apply to restaurants might not necessarily apply to a hotel or apply to a retail shop. So we want to look at what are some of the things that they need to do in order to open and eventually open up, to full capacity again. And identify the best ways to engage the rest of our community stakeholders and leaders. In terms of developing a phased opening plan, there's a couple things that we need to start looking at. One of them is to identify the current measures that are already in place and adopt those best practices and universal social distancing procedures and protocols. Part of the Los Angeles County revised health order on April 10th had what they called the Appendix A, which are social distancing protocols. And I'll go over it. I won't go over it as comprehensively, but they've already identified some pretty standard baseline social distancing protocols that are universal and apply to all sectors. It's staff's belief, based on conversations with LA County and other people, that these are going going to continue to remain in place even as we progress through the phases. And so they're a really good guide to start to disseminate out. They're already a requirement. If they're not being enforced, then we will continue to ramp up to ensure that there is compliance and that there's education around those and to identify that. Councilmember Ponce, did you have a question? Oh, sorry. The other thing that we need to do is we need to continue to align with the timelines identified both in the state and LA County plans. Again, knowing that those are in flux, and sometimes it changes hour by hour. Other times, they announce something and then they hold back, and then the governor announced moving in as early as Friday with stage 4, but isn't releasing some of these guidelines for sectors and isn't giving us more information until Thursday. And so while the announcement gets everybody riled up, we need to be methodical, and just because he says we can open as early as Friday doesn't mean we have to, nor should we, if we are not prepared.
Well, we can't, because we've got to take our little readiness plan to the Board of Supervisors to be approved. Isn't that what that says here? Must be created, made publicly available, and approved by the County Board of Supervisors and a County Public Health Officer.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. It says here, you read it, a readiness plan must be created and made publicly available and approved by a County Board of Supervisors and a County Health Officer. So that in and of itself is a slowdown.
Absolutely, but that might not necessarily be all the case all the time. And so what we want to do is make sure we're continuing to monitor those at all of the levels to ensure that whatever is happening at the county level or regional level and state level, that we're aligned with that, and that we're keeping our finger on that pulse, and we're prepared and ready in order to either move forward with them or slow down and take our time.
Michael, if I could say, with the plan that we would submit to the county and the county health officers, that is when we say we want to go even looser on restrictions. In other words, if we are in lockstep with the county, that's fine. But if we want to go beyond what the state says, and the state says, for instance, you can't do X, and Avalon wants to do X. The purpose of this plan is to develop a plan to allow us to do X, even though the state says no. But the state order specifically right now, as it reads, says we can go beyond what the state says as long as we prove to the county that what we're doing is safe for our various cities. So that's why if we want to go be less restrictive, then we have to go to the county, get their approval before we can implement these things, which again is another step. But if we're going to stay lockstep with the county and the state, we don't need to do that.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Sure.
Just to confirm, and you may address this in detail later, but for entities such as Island Express or Catalina Express that are operating in multiple counties, if we have specifics in place, they would be required to follow the specifics since their final port is here. Is that correct?
As long, yeah, if there are certain measures that are applicable while they're here or in LA County, they would have to abide by those. My guess is, and I don't want to speak for any business, but my guess is businesses are always going to do what we're doing, is defaulting to those that have the most restrictive measures, just because it makes it easier and they can standardize that across. So even if it's not required, let's say in Orange County, and you're operating in Orange County and you're operating in LA, it would be in your best interest to follow the stricter measures of LA and standardize those across locations.
Thank you.
But that was a great question. And then, we will continue to update the city's website and work collaboratively with the Chamber of Commerce, I already said this, to make sure that material gets pushed out. And they are not the only entity in town helping to educate, but we will work with all stakeholders that we need to in order to get that information down. So just a brief word, when I talked about current measures already in place, and I talked about the Appendix A. Businesses already have to implement either all of these applicable measures or be prepared to explain why a measure is not implemented. And usually an explanation of why should be it's not applicable. So unless you have a really good reason, I don't think because I don't want to follow it or because it's too costly is really going to fly. The county will be helping to enforce this, but it really will come down to us, at least locally, relying on a partnership with our sheriff's department and our code enforcement to make sure that these measures are put in. So there's 6 measures here. The first one is signage. As part of Appendix A, the signage really is making sure that there are signs informing employers and employees and customers not to enter the facility if you're sick, to maintain a 6-foot distance from one another, and also to make sure that these protocols are posted somewhere near the entrance and are visible. I would also recommend making sure that all of these are posted in common areas for your employees as well. So break rooms or kitchens or wherever your federal information for the standard like wage information is posted, I would recommend just making copies of these protocols and making sure that that gets put in. Then there's measures to protect employee health. So these are things like making sure that you have policies to encourage employees who are sick to stay home. You could look at symptom checks. Are you doing symptom checks and conducting them for employees? So if your employee is showing up and has a fever, that you're sending them home and you're telling them, take a sick day. Making sure that you have cloth face coverings offered to all employees, that your employees have access and know the location information for all of the disinfectant and cleaning supplies, that if there's not hand sanitizer, that there's at least access to soap and water, and that employees are provided regular breaks so that they can wash their hands, especially if you're in an area where you can't just run to the bathroom real quick. If you're a cashier, making sure that you've got the ability to quickly take the time to wash your hands as needed. Then there's measures to prevent crowds from gatherings. This really is talking about, limiting the number of customers in the store, modifying the capacity or the current capacity and posting the number of customers allowed. So if there's not signage, right now the fire code in this building might say 100, but if we were looking at a 25% capacity, we would have to repost to say no more than 25 employees available in the place. There's also things in here about, if you have goods that sell out really quickly, because we don't want to encourage lines and we don't want to encourage people gathering really fast in any one location, that you identify those goods and that you put limits on how many people, how many of that items per household can buy it. So toilet paper was a really good example. When this crisis first started, everybody went to go buy the toilet paper. They limited the supply. It helped to reduce part on some of the crowds, but also allowed more people to get the supplies that needed the supplies. I won't go into all of the details for the other ones, but the other measures are to keep people at least 6 feet apart, to prevent unnecessary contact, to increase sanitation, and we will continue to monitor that. When we look at what sectors in Avalon do we have, and this is not necessarily an exhaustive list, but we got everything from transient moorings and vacation rentals and hotels to restaurants and food delivery services, tours and taxi services, golf cart rentals, trails and camping and other public access spaces, visitor centers. Some of these might not be until a phase 4. These are not necessarily a list of what's happening in phase 2. These are just the sectors that we need to start thinking about as we get more information about, as we move into each of the phases, to say, we can start the planning process now and start looking at what those how those businesses can operate, knowing that there's some universal protocols that they can adopt, and then there's going to be some physical modifications to the built environment that are going to be needed. I only have 2 more slides. When we look at considerations and sector needs, some of the questions that we need to ask is, what are we doing to protect, and I think this is the most important, what are we doing to protect the public health and safety of the community and our vulnerable populations? The second one, and these are not necessarily in any order from here on out, is what universal measures can be applied across sectors and for how long? We might not need universal protections once the stay-at-home order is lifted. Maybe there's other types of measures or protections that we need, and so we need to identify for how long, through what phases are they needed. What adaptations need to be made for Avalon? I talked a little bit about, controlled access into retail stores in lieu of curbside pickups, but I'm sure there's a lot of other examples because we are kind of we are the only municipality on an island in the state of California, and so we're going to have some things that don't necessarily make sense, or we're going to need to modify in order for it to make sense. And speaking of modifications, what do we need to make in terms of modifications? Can there be adjustments to operating hours? So, the longer you're open, the more people you can serve, especially if you're operating at limited capacity. So you might not be able to get everybody who needs to get everything that they need done in the normal operating times. What limitations or what phases can you put in for operations and activities, and how do we correspond those to the state and county stages? What temporary or permanent physical modifications can we make to the built environment? I know many of us may have been in some of the restaurants doing some pickup or going into Leo's, and they have those sneeze guards, the plexiglass. That would be an example of a modification to the built environment. They're modifying how people interact with the store. We can also do that, though, from the city perspective. We can start making markings in front of retail stores, showing people where 6 feet of distance is. I think we can all kind of gauge it, but sometimes it's very helpful, especially if it's on our beaches and other areas, to show here's what 6 feet looks like, or here's where 6 feet distancings are, and these are where you need to stand if you're waiting to board the Catalina Express. And then other considerations or modifications, what do we need to do to existing protocols and protections? Then there's some community considerations, and then there are some things we do know or we're starting to glean to know, and so knowing those now, we can start the discussions to talk about how do we prepare ourselves for when this happens. One example that I'll give, and this is not an endorsement nor is it a condemnation, but one thing that I'll talk about is Carnival Cruise Lines, who's an industry leader. When they make something, they typically make policy, and then other smaller cruise lines will follow suit. They just announced that there are going to be no cruise ships in U.S. waters for July and August, and this is contingent on the CDC. So they've announced, basically what we can infer from there is they're going to start to resume at least some semblance of operations beginning in September. Now, that said, they have identified just 3 ports where they will continue to run cruise ships, 1 in Texas, 2 in Florida, but they are going to be limited, and they're not necessarily going up and down the eastern seaboard or around the Gulf of Mexico. They're going to be going out, originating from that port and going out, and they're not coming out here. So if we're talking about U.S. waters and Carnival cruise ship lines, we're probably not going to see one in Avalon until September. So that gives us a few months to start thinking about, okay, if the cruise ships were coming back into the community, if they start coming back on a regular basis, what do we need to do, and what can we do to work with them to ensure that they can operate either at a limited scale or scope or with additional protections to ensure that we don't continue to see any hot spots happen. And if they do, are we prepared, and have we told them that we're prepared to pull back and to say, thanks, but no thanks, you're going to have to continue on. The last slide, and these are the last things to consider, is what mechanisms do we need to have in place prior to moving to the next stage? How do we evaluate our response, and how do we make those necessary adjustments? Just because the state can have this pull and push strategy in the county doesn't mean that we can't either. So if things are moving too fast and we start to see us going in the wrong direction, do we have the ability to, and what do we need to have in order to have the ability to make those quick decisions, to push and pull back on some of those strategies, or to implement a little bit stricter measures so that we don't set our economy back even more than it already is, because we know that this is affecting an awful lot of our community. We are a tourism heavy dependent community, and I think all of us are either directly or indirectly touched in some way by the tourism industry. And then again, because I think it's so important, I want to reiterate it, what are we doing to protect the public health and safety of the community and our vulnerable population? So keeping this, bookmarked in all of the decision-making processes and all of the discussions that are happening. And as we continue to learn more information, making sure that we come back, city staff comes back to the community and to city council to say, here are some of the recommendations, or here's the information that you have given and the direction that you have given to staff, and here's the progress that we're making on that in order to follow up. So with that, I know that was a long presentation, and I'm available for
You did a
any
great
questions.
job. You didn't falter one time. That's amazing. This is good. Thank you. Okay. Discussion. God, I'm exhausted. I don't know about the rest of you, but.
Questions whenever you want to come.
Sure.
Well, we have questions. Do we want to go to questions? Do we want to talk about process and what we're really trying to get accomplished tonight?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that before questions, because if they're starting to ask us specific questions on what we're going to do, we don't have that answer yet. I mean, we just know what we've learned. So, well, I don't know.
I think some of them may have been slightly covered in the presentation.
I think it'd probably be wise still to hear them though, just so that we can have them as thought points moving forward with stuff if we can. Are you guys okay with that?
Want me to read them? Okay. Yeah. First one is from Randy Brannock. It says, Governor Newsom recently said regarding opening that high-risk venues will be last to open. Doesn't Avalon fall into that category with our density on the beaches, Front Street, bars, etc.? The COVID rate in LA County is on the rise. A significant number of our visitors come from LA County and Southern California. Will this affect how Avalon opens?
I think the short answer to that is absolutely it will. But the longer answer is, again, while the state might start easing some of these, we will continue to follow LA County. And I think LA County is acutely aware of the current situation that's going on with COVID-19 in the county. We have one of the highest rates, and so they're going to continue to, my guess is to slow this a little bit more than you'll see at the state level.
The next question is from Leslie Warner. As the state is moving into phase 2 of reopening, does the city have all the PP&Es, support, and guidance from LA County and the state to facilitate the opening of retail curbside pickup? And then she has a second question.
Again, I would say yes, but with modifications. I think what we are advocating for is, there's a lot unknown. I think we'll know a lot more when the sector guidelines get rolled out and the executive order comes out on Thursday. And what we'll need to do is, as a community, we'll need to take those and look at how is it applicable, and if there's any modifications that need to be made, and how does it align with LA County's current and existing health order.
Both Leslie and Paula Patterson ask, do we have the guidelines and the enforcement in place for opening offices and seated dining? Do we get to that point? Will we be limiting the number of visitors? Is there a marketing efforts in the planning to inform visitors that all guidelines are being strictly adhered in Avalon? Are there incentives to make travel to Avalon more affordable for visitors whose budget for travel is likely diminished? How are we going to implement social distancing in our retail shops and restaurants?
I won't be able to comment on any business practices. I mean, that's going to be a business decision that businesses are going to have to make in terms of what kind of discounts or whatnot. I know city may have done some birthday thing, way back. But in terms of dining, I do want to stipulate, because I think that there's some information out there. The governor has already indicated that in-restaurant dining is not part of Phase 2. They're going to continue to push the to-go order only. My guess is the in-person dining will be part of Phase 3, and it'll be at a reduced capacity or with some significant modifications there. Again, depending on what's covered in the guidelines on Thursday, I think we'll have a better idea on what we need to do in order to prepare restaurants for the eventuality of opening. What this does is I think it just buys us some additional time to really start to think about how that works and how that works in areas that maybe have a significant influx. And some of those strategies could be things like either reducing capacity to a certain number of levels, taking away tables and chairs, maybe going to a reservation-only system so that you can assure, and not allowing walk-ins, so that you can ensure that capacity, once it's hit, you turn people away, or you can accommodate them, but you can accommodate them at a later time.
I have 3 other questions.
Can I just add to an answer for that? There are marketing discussions underway about what will happen as the island reopens. There's a couple different groups, and specifically the chamber is well underway and has been since the beginning in terms of hearing all of this ahead of time and whatnot. So there are many groups that are talking about what it will look like and how we market that, because there's no way that we can just turn a switch and go from 0 to 10,000 people on the 4th of July. So part of that discussion is how many people could be socially distanced on the Express, how would they socially distance them getting off the boat, what that capacity looks like, and then from some hoteliers' perspectives, we're talking about what our capacity would look like. Would we be at 100% occupancy, or would we be 50% each floor, or what that is. So there's a lot of those conversations that are happening that aren't ready to just roll out at this time.
Okay, we have 3 more questions. One from Kathleen Hill Carlisle. She says she has seen small portable hand washing stations online. Can the city access any grant to purchase something like this for the storefront of every store and restaurant?
You want to take that?
We have worked with the hospital. They are purchasing them because they will be getting reimbursed by FEMA. It's not a hand washing, but it will be those dispensers along Front Street and Lowell and all the areas that are highly impacted.
I have 2 questions from Julie Perlin Lee. One of them is, does the city currently have a draft plan to submit to the county supervisors as soon as we decide what we're going to do? And the second question is, have we, the leaders, given any thought of out-of-the-box thinking for reopening Avalon?
So I'll just answer the first part, and I'll let council answer the second part of that. But the first part of that, in terms of a plan, no, the plan is only required if we, as a community, decide that we want to move ahead faster with reopening Avalon. So right now, the direction that we have been gathering, kind of getting the pulse of the community and council is be methodical, be deliberate, and continue to abide by both the state and the county. So unless directed by council, we will continue to follow that track rather than submitting our own plan.
Those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
I think there's been some out-of-the-box conversations, for example, like Harbor, potentially opening up Harbor and having people stay on their boats, but that might generate some revenue. There's been, a couple groups of community members that have started looking at, is this a possibility, is it not? And so that's one aspect right there. And then again, the way the Express and the hoteliers are talking.
I think the other thing that we've just heard from a lot of businesses is the idea of should you be pivoting to something else in the meantime and have as a backup if and when the next wave or two may occur. So is there something you can do, whether it's virtually, in mail, online, that you can do safely and allow you to bring back some staff? That the way that we are used to operating business is not going to be the way that we're operating business for quite some time based on all of this. So trying to really get creative and make decisions that may be challenging and difficult right now to move into that space is definitely something that I would say you should, if you're not already doing it, which I know Julie and the museum are already doing some of that online already, maybe something to look at. What can we do? There's a number of different types of business platforms where you can have payment gateways or have unlisted videos or content that can then produce income for your business. Granted, it will not be ever anywhere near as much as you would make in person for supplies and products that you're making right now. Some of it you may find actually will be, but most of them are not. I get that. But at least it's a stopgap until we can get to that point again.
Like a virtual golf cart rental?
There's a lot of things people are doing. Literally, there's a whole business that's a I think, million, if not billion-dollar business throughout Europe that is virtual tours. Wow. There's a whole group of people that will never have the money to travel or don't have the health to travel that would love to be able to do that.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, I would not put it past anybody. So.
Fascinating.
I don't have any more. I just refreshed.
So I think what people are looking to us for is some of that information which will come on Thursday, some of it that will come next week and after Thursday. I think the biggest maybe surprise to me was the reminder that the stay-at-home order is still in place throughout this.
Right.
Non-essential travel until phase 4 was not something that my head was actually wrapping around. So that's a lot to consider. And really think about, is a business or businesses that we have able to maintain and move forward, and what does that mean for the city?
You are currently the only person in this conference.
All right then.
Scott's
Yeah,
back.
that is a...
So I think that may be something that really people in town are going to be fairly surprised at, because that's not a sentiment that I had thought personally, and that I think most people were on the same page of thinking either. So
yeah,
just
and the
a good
reminder
reminder.
that we can only be stricter than the county. We can't be more lax than them.
Right.
Something they have to remember.
Well, we could be if we wanted to.
If we wanted to present the plan to LA County
Yes.
for something less.
So is that something we want to look into for like golfing, beaches? Because I know that's one of the main priorities for our community.
Exactly. I mean, in my mind, it could possibly be, if those aren't let up, because we wait to see what the whole list is.
The one thing I would, just to help frame some thoughts, is if you're looking for guidance for opening up some of our public spaces, if the state ends up lifting that beginning on Friday, the current county order expires on May 15th. So beginning, unless they extend it, beginning May 16th, our beaches and public trails and whatnot would be open at that time, unless they choose to open it earlier. I do know that council has, I believe they're coming back on the 12th to talk about the emergency order. So depending on where we can revisit that if the county hasn't issued anything, also to say, is that something that you want to include in as a action while talking about the emergency ordinances, whether you want to end those or extend those out. We can also talk about beaches at that point too. I know it's a little bit of hurry up and wait, but a couple days, we might get a little bit better guidance as to what's happening on the state, on the county level, in response to what's happening at the state.
Right.
I'd like to just say something too, to remind, even though what Michael has said, that the Catalina Express is public transit.
Yes.
Whether we have safer at home or not, people can get on that, and it is not the Catalina Express's job to halt anybody. All they can do is remind with their signs, they ask.
Yes.
That being said, a hotel over on the island hotels are considered essential business. We, as a city, implemented no transient use of the hotels, no transient use of the harbor. So if some things get relaxed, people are going to be able to get on the Express, and if hotels are open, the ones that are open for essential business, or they can get into those hotels. And I mean, I just want that noted.
No, but we couldn't, I mean, and a lot of this is going to be contingent upon the Express. So they say right now they have the 2 boats coming over back and forth, and how many passengers those are. And they said they could load those up to about 60% was what they kind of thought. So, but the phone keeps ringing, can they put on another boat? And the boat rings again, and then can they put on another boat? In the meantime, how do we say to hotels, okay, so now that's how many people coming over? How many hotel rooms is that, or vacation rentals? What's that population? How does it handle Luau Larry's that can have 6 people in there, and the Avalon Grill? And then, I mean, it's...
Well, the thing is, when we first open up and people start coming over, they're not going to be able to sit in Luau Larry's. They're not going to be able to sit in the Avalon Grill.
It's going to be taken.
It's going to be to go.
It'll still be to go.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so that's another reminder. It's crazy, huh?
Right.
Okay.
But how do we know if hotels are taking in non-essential visitors?
There's not very many hotels that are open right now, in our town anyway. In
Right.
over town, if there was a hotel open, I could go to a hotel.
Right. Okay, I just know a lot of people are concerned or saying they see so many tourists, right? So where are these tourists staying?
Well, that's unfair, and I'm sorry.
Right.
That's just unfair, because, well, people are accusing people of being tourists that own homes here, that are coming over to check on their properties and spending the weekend. And, it's unfair for our community to assume that just because they specifically don't know another person that they are a tourist.
Yeah.
And
We get
it's
the boat
unfair.
counts from Greg Bombard, and the majority of the people on those boats are residents of Avalon, going back and forth.
And a majority of the travel.
And some of those are
Yes.
essential people that are
Very
coming
few.
to work.
Yeah.
So, I know, it's really...
Sorry, that wasn't directed.
I mean,
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of, I walk down this main streets of town every day, and I don't see faces I don't know.
I've personally met 6 or 7 people that own homes here that I had no idea.
Yeah.
And just because there's so few people moving
Yeah.
around and coming into the hardware store, and I'm like, hi, who are you? So, that's why I'm so defending it, because there are homes being sold to this day in town.
Right.
So it's just kind of a weird thing. But I do want to say, though, one of the things that we had talked about was, because we're going to have another meeting, and this was sort of preliminary to lay out where we are, what the guidelines are and everything, is that I know the mayor and I had a conversation about, are there some other groups that could get together and provide some information? So, for example, we received, all of us received a message regarding an idea of how vacation rentals could open up, which is fantastic to sort of list that out. I know we're going to receive information from a resident who is talking about opening up her particular business and all the safety measures that she's going to put in place when she opens. So it would be wonderful if smaller groups of, say, retailers and then restaurateurs could get together and talk about what could they do as we start making these decisions, because it's going to be a lot more than just the 5 of us deciding how this is going to go. We're going to go by the LA County Health, by the state health, And then can we make it easier to navigate in our community by having everybody support each other and work together so that everybody's on board, everybody's part of the conversation?
Because in following that, you think of parasail and kayaking and jet ski rentals and da-da-da-da-da. And do they have a different protocol, or, what are their concerns, or how would they do it? Because if I do come over on the boat, I'm assuming those things will be able to be open, and bike rentals and golf cart rentals, and I don't know if you have those tourist and attraction people who kind of speak, together, and like the general and all of those things, if they can maybe be a group that talks about that kind of thing.
I'm wondering if it makes sense for us either just to facilitate, and please speak to me if you don't have the staffing or the ability to, does it make sense for us to facilitate a 30-minute or 1-hour call where people can literally submit their ideas beforehand? We can go through what those ideas are and kind of map out with each intersection that was kind of listed, the different lines of business that are in this packet, to be able to actually have a comprehensive look at what is needed, to be able to get that input from, for Harbor, to look at what the Harbor needs, to look at what vacation rentals in town are needing, to look at what the hotels are asking for or needing, to look at what restaurant and delivery services are needing, and be able to say, okay, we know that when restaurants open, they're going to need lineup space outside that marks how far apart to stand. They're going to need potentially one-way signage in the restaurant and have to use back access to leave because you don't want people crisscrossing in a narrow walkway or pathway. They may need additional storage space for tables and chairs they can't use, or at least some way to mark in a nice way that looks still presentable what can't be used. Those types of things of really going into that list, I think, may be helpful. I have a feeling that we can wait and hold off and see what the county presents on Thursday, because at least then we'll have some guidelines from them of what they're recommending, and it may answer 90% of the questions and just be very much specifics about Avalon that have to then be added in. But it may be something we want to consider doing if we have either staff or even one of us to help facilitate. I wouldn't mind volunteering to facilitate 1 or 2 of those calls where I have some knowledge and have input that I'd want to give as well. So if we can do that, I don't know if anyone's interested in doing that.
Well, those groups need to meet somehow, and I don't know if I don't know.
Phone call.
Yeah.
But a phone call with a whole bunch of people calling in?
Yeah.
Well,
Conference call.
like
Everyone's getting.
you're good at those.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that might,
So I don't know if that's something that we could use.
So if you're giving a recommendation to some organizations out there to do that, and that you would participate, but if you as a group are saying you need to, you're going to formalize some type of group to do that, that would be the Brown Act, and we would be posting the agenda and taking notes.
and I don't believe we have the staff to do that at all.
I would say the best way to do it is kind of what we've done. Send us your recommendations via email, and or invite the city council members to, if you want to set up a conference call, if you are a group who wants to be hoteliers that want to have input or want to have somebody listening in from the council, it can be no more than 2 of us, and just send that request to all the city council members, and then, if you decide, if Michael decides, if Sarah decides, Annie, myself, or whatnot, then just say, I'd be happy to participate in this.
But
No more than
basically,
2.
but real early on, we're just something for them to sound to, right? And then when we have our meeting on the 12th, or then or the week after that, then we can kind of compile and throw it up.
But the only way to get information to all of the city council is to, 1, send your recommendations to all of us together, or to the city manager to disperse to the council. But it's like none of us can make a decision in a group outside of the council.
Can I also say that if you're sending emails to us and you have our private emails, do not send it to the private email. Send it to our city email, more of if something should happen and we get subpoenaed, they can go into our private emails to get information. That would all be opened up. So if you have any suggestions, please send it to the city manager who can send it out to us, or send it to our city emails, which are on the webpage.
Yeah, well said.
And remember that if the council gets one email, don't reply to all.
Right.
Just take the information in and then share it at the council meeting next Tuesday.
Right.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Are there any, do you think we're done for the night? I'm done.
I mean, we can't make any decisions, so
Yeah.
I would rather put this out as the opportunity, send us some information to consider next Tuesday, and we are having a special city council meeting next Tuesday at 5 p.m. Is that right?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Michael, can I just confirm the time frame of the emergency orders? The emergency order, as I understand it, is in place to allow for receipt of funding and assistance. Is there an instance where the city's emergency order could stay in place due to the financial strain after the county and or the state have lifted theirs?
That's a good question. You're talking about the evictions. So the way it's actually written right now is 6 months. You can't be evicted until 6 months after the declaration of emergency has expired. So they can set up a payment plan. They actually have a 6-month lead time in addition to when that expires.
Okay. But that
so that is in there.
And there may be
but
other
if you
measures
want,
that the council wants to consider that go beyond that you will have the option of extending if the county says the emergency is over, which they're not, at the end of this month. There are measures that you can say that can extend your own protocols, your own protections beyond that, as long as we can make the factual findings to support that.
Okay, thank you.
So like to help us with financial assistance, not individuals necessarily, but even the city, if we see our emergency is, like we say, it's not going to be over July 1st, and we're going to be in financial straits for a long time. We can extend it out that way, so maybe there could be additional funds for us going forward.
You don't need to extend it because the declaration of emergency extends until you decide it's over. And we did that because we don't know how long the financial effect will go. So that is extended indefinitely, well beyond this
Which is the resolution that
I'm
declares the
sorry.
emergency.
Okay.
That-
Thank you for clarification. Okay, good.
Thank you.
If there's anything else, any questions, comments? All right. Meeting adjourned.